We thank you for the gift of this day. We thank you for the gift of everything you have given to us. We thank you, Lord God, for this our conference that is ongoing. We invite you into our midst to be with us in all that we do today, that all our presentations, our deliberation, and our brainstorming on how to move our continent forward will yield fruit to the greater glory of your holy name. These and many other blessings we ask through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you so much, Reverend Father. Thank you for the prayer. I think the next on our agenda now is the national anthem. I will leave that with Mrs. Kechumese to assist us in leading us in the national anthem. Ms. Kechumese, over to you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Program Director. I would like to ask all those who knows our national anthem to join me. Okay. Nkosi sikeleli Afrika, maluphakanyisu pondolwayo, izwa imithandazo yethu. Nkosi sikelela thina lusapho lwayo, morena puluka setšhaba sa heso, fedise dintwa le matshwenyego, se boloke setšhaba sa heso, setšhaba sa South Africa. Die blåfan onze die van ons voor ons weggebes, wat die kanste antwoord geeft. Dance the call to come together, united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom, South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the national anthem. We appreciate that. It's just that we didn't get more people joining us for the national anthem. Maybe next time we'll have to look for those who are going to take tenor, soprano, so that we have the feel of the national anthem. I think Ms. Kechumese we prepared that in advance before the last program tomorrow. Thank you, ma'am, for the national anthem. On our program, before I call the first presenter, I just need to let us look at, we have 30 minutes for each presenter. I don't know how the presenter have prepared their presentation. We are looking at the possibility of we squeezing our presentation into 30 minutes so that we can have the opportunity to entertain questions from participants. Please, we are also looking at the possibility of those who want to send in their question. We don't want to interrupt with the presentation during that 30 minutes. We are looking at we using the chat platform to send in our question, just so that we don't forget what we want to ask, and wherever that question is being directed to, which presenter the question will be directed to. Please let us make use of our chat section, so that we don't want to get to the last presenter and only to have question for the last presenter. We want all the presenters to have the opportunity to respond to the question that we want to ask them. So to start with, our first presenter is Honorable Kehinde Quadri Adu. Honorable Kehinde Quadri Adu. Honorable Kehinde is the head of Culture and Tourism African Union, Nigeria. He's also the president, Afro-Caribbean Chamber of Culture and Tourism. Now, please welcome with me for the presentation, Mr. Honorable Kehinde Quadri. You are welcome. You have the floor now, sir. Please.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good
you are
morning,
audible.
sir.
Very, very audible.
Can hear you.
You're welcome, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me stand on the existing and established protocol. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. Thank you for having me here today at the second PRAKIS International Education Conference. The conference has started yesterday, and we believe that for the 3 days of the conference, at the end of the conference, it will be a plus to Africa and Africans in general. It is a true honor to stand and make presentation before such a distinguished audience of leaders and innovators from across the continent. I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of this event for inviting me to speak on a topic of utmost importance. Today, we are going to be looking at leadership, management strategies of achieving success with a special focus on tourism. Africa is a continent of immense potential, rich in resources, diverse cultures, and dynamic people. Yet, it is also a continent faced with complex challenges from economic disparities to political instability and environmental concerns. In this context, effective leadership and management strategies are not just desirable, they are essential for Africa to harness its full potential and achieve sustainable success. Leadership is not about titles or positions. It is about action, influence, and inspiration. True leaders are those who lead by example, who empower others to excel, and who have vision to navigate the uncertain terrain of the future. Success, on the other hand, is a multifaceted concept and encompasses meanings. Regardless of the specific vision, we share a common understanding that success hinges on effective leadership and sound management. Now, a question arises. What are the key strategies for achieving success in leadership and management within the African context? 1, inclusive leadership. Africa diversity is its strength. Our diversity is our strength. Leaders must embrace this diversity and promote inclusivity in their organizations and communities. They should embrace different perspectives and harness the collective wisdom of their teams. Number 2, education and skill development. Leaders should invest in education and skill development. And these are the cornerstone of progress. Equipping the youth with relevant skills will drive innovation and economic growth. Like what PRAKIS is doing now, we call on African leaders to support PRAKIS, because without education, we cannot move anywhere. It's that time African leaders come together and support an organization promoting African education, you know, and this is high time for other stakeholders to see the need to promote organizations who are promoting education in Africa. Another one is ethical leadership. Leaders must uphold the highest ethical standard. Integrity, transparency, and accountability should be the guiding principle in their endeavors. 4, adaptability and innovation. The world is evolving rapidly. Africa must keep pace, encourage a culture of innovation, and be willing to adapt to change, embrace technology, and harness its power for viable development. Then collaboration and networking. Collaboration across borders and sectorial sectors is crucial for tackling complex challenges. Forge partnership, both locally and internationally, to leverage resources and knowledge. Another one is empowering the next generation. Succession planning is vital. Mentoring and empowering the next generation of leaders to ensure continuity and progress. Their resilience. Africa has shown remarkable resilience in the face of adversity. We need to use this resilience as a driving force to overcome obstacles and setbacks. Then sustainable development. We need to embrace sustainable practices that protect our environment and promote long-term prosperity. A commitment to sustainability is an investment in the future. Then visionary leadership. Leaders must have a clear vision for the future of Africa, communicate this vision effectively, and rally others behind it. Then continuous learning. Leadership is a journey of continuous learning. Stay curious, stay humble, and keep going. However, it is crucial to recognize that the true success of this summit, of this conference, will not be solely measured by the insights shared or strategies discussed. It will be judged by our collective commitment to implementing what we learn, our tireless dedication to nurturing the next generation of leaders, and our unwavering belief in Africa's boundless potentials. Africa stands at a crossroad, and the decision we make today will shape our dear continent's destiny. As one of the great pillars of tourism in Nigeria and indeed Africa today, I want to call on African leaders to embrace tourism. It's not gainsaying that the tourism industries has contributed huge percentage of Africa gross domestic product, GDP. But experts says its business volume and potential, if properly harnessed, can eclipse revenue and change the fortune of our dear continent forever. This is a great antidote that can reduce poverty to a barest minimal. Africa government should diversify their economy to other sectors. This will drive a sustainable growth, increase revenue sources, and create jobs for our teeming unemployed youth. Opportunities for our teeming unemployed youths and young Africans, indeed. The unique multicultural structure of Africa, even before we started having our independence, affects us the rich cultural tourism potential that can drive growth if properly harnessed and sustainable developed. Africa, with over 2 billion population, endowed by nature, culture, language, art, and a unique environment, that each ethnic group should leverage of their comparative, creative, and tourism advantage to grow their local economy. Each continent, each countries in Africa should leverage on tourism to develop their economy. This is the clarion call. In conclusion, leadership and management strategies through viable tourism will surely become a fulcrum for achieving successes. The creative industry, especially the entertainment aspect, has a far more reaching impact of portraying African cultural values, beliefs, traditions, food, languages, and dressing to the world beyond just entertainment. I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers of this wonderful conference for providing me with this exceptional platform for dialogue and inspiration. Together, let us embark on this transformative journey, united in our quest for a brighter, more prosperous, and harmonious future for Africa. Thank you, and may this conference be the guiding star that will illuminate our path towards a continent defined by success and prosperity. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Honorable Kehinde. We appreciate that. I see that your presentation is, I don't want us to rush and not really enjoy. We are not making, I'm looking at the possibility of we not having, I have to rush and say because we have 30 minutes. I see that you still have some minutes left. If there's any possibility where we have questions, since we have few minutes for your duration, I don't know if you are willing to take question. I can see Prince Obilano hand raised. Prince Obilano, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Our moderator. Yes, it's true. There are quite numbers of questions that need to be posted to Honorable Kenny, the country representative of African Union, and as well the chairperson of Afro-Caribbean community. However, I want to find out, maybe he can answer the question now or after other presenters must have presented whatever they want to present. We talk about tourism. Apart from tourism contributing to the economy, how can tourism enhance our educational curriculum in Africa? You see, I paid a visit to Eswatini, which is one of our neighbors here in South Africa. When I got to the country, I found out that there are a team of contingency of white people from Germany, from China, and so on. They came for tourism. And listen, one thing that I noticed, it's not as if they were interested in the waterfall, you know, the forest, the wildlife, and so on and so forth. But they were engaged by asking questions. and noting down answers. As well, they were also asking questions from the community. Now, the question is this. There are reasons for them doing this. Now, how and what have we done in Africa as Africans that we are able to inculcate, tourism into our educational curriculum? I give you another example. Mongo Park. I remember when we are in school in Nigeria by then, they will tell us that Mongo Park was the one who discovered River Niger. And Mongo Park, is a person that came for how many, I don't know where he came from. He was not an African, but they said Mongo Park was the one who discovered River Niger and River Benue. These rivers had been in existence before Mongo Park came to Nigeria. So are we saying that it was when it came to Nigeria that the rivers were discovered and they were not there? So what are we doing? Are they the only person to discover things for us? Are we saying that we cannot discover anything, or they are not there in our countries, in our continent? I believe that one of the reasons why they come up with all this, ideology is as a result that we are not documenting whatever things that we said we have discovered in Africa. Hence, what is the African Union responsible, perhaps you, Honorable Kenny, that is responsible to promote tourism in Africa? How do you inculcate this culture into our educational curriculum? Not only about site visiting, watching the life, looking at this and so on and so forth. What about the educational value that our children, that our generation are supposed to learn? I give you another example. Some months ago, Queen Elizabeth, blessed memory, when she passed away, our children in Africa, many of them changed their profile picture of the social media platform and so on to the picture of Queen Elizabeth, because those are the only person that they know. What are we doing in Africa that our children will be able to know what our heroes have done, Iranians have done, our forefathers have done, what they have contributed to Africa? What is tourism doing in that regard? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prince. All hands must be on deck. It's the duty of every one of us at this point in time to promote our history, to promote our culture. And when you promote our culture, tourism will set in. Mongo Park, that is what they want us to believe, that it was Mongo Park that discovered River Niger and River Benue. But without, even before the advent of the so-called wilds in Africa, there has been an Oyo Kingdom. We have the Benin Kingdom, that's from Nigeria to Benin Republic. We have Benin Kingdom. We have so many kingdoms, but the only thing is that they came and distorted our history, because that time our fathers have a way of keeping records. That is why you see them having Ifa. Whatever happened in the last 20 years, when they bring Ifa down now, Ifa will tell you what happened 200 years ago. But they told us, they brought religion, that Ifa is fetish and some other things. They took it to their countries. His fetish is this, and they gave us religion. And when you look at their conference in Berlin, 1840 something, when they are planning on how to divide Africa, how to take over Africa, the first thing that came out from their mouth was that when you get to Africa, take their culture away from them and sell dummy to them. And that is why when you see Africans today, we are more European than the Europeans. We are more white than the whites. We want to do everything in a Western way. And some of our youth don't even know about our origin. They don't know about our culture. That's why they can sell dummy to them. You know, when they now see that the younger generation really want to know about their origin, they started making efforts to learn more about the Africa origin. They said that take history out of Africa curriculum. And it was of recent that history was returned back to our curriculum in Nigeria. I don't know of any other African countries. So on the part of African Union, I want to say that some of these leaders, our regional organization, they fail Africans. But we will not look into that. It's the duty of every one of us to take back our destiny. Nobody can sing our song the way it should be, the way we will sing it. Nobody can dance our dance the way we will dance it. On our own, let us start talking to our children. As a group, as an organization, let us in summits, conferences like this one. Let other people start doing it so that we give it wider publicity. Our youth should be part of this. Let them come and learn. And we are doing it. In my office, I've been doing everything humanly possible to sensitize the youth about our culture, about our origin, about our heritage. By the special grace of God, next year, May, we are planning to have first African Youth Leadership and Culture Summit. We want to put culture. And the reason why we put culture is to bring Africans, young Africans across the continent to assemble somewhere for 2, 3, 5 days, and let's discuss about our continent. All those history, Charles Dickens, Mungo Park, we want to dispel it. We want to talk about our leaders, African leaders that have contributed immensely to the development of our dear continent. We are planning that. So they conquer us. They did everything. I won't say that. I don't want to say they conquer, because when you say you conquer somebody, it's somebody that fought with you, that you have a contest, a fight with. But they came to steal from us, and they are still stealing. I sent something. I saw something on Al Jazeera yesterday night around 12 a.m. I was watching Al Jazeera. What I saw there was that there's an agreement between Europeans and African leaders. It's an old agreement that before an African can fish on an African water, there's a limit to number of fishes you can catch as an African, because the Europeans need those fishes to feed their animals. This is, I don't know what to call it. I was so furious. I was boiling. That to feed your animal, we cannot feed. So, they interview some Senegalese youth, why they are leaving Senegalese and risking their life to go to Europe. They said they are fishermen, but they can't see any fish to catch again, because there's a limit to number of fishes they can catch in a day. So these are some of the disservice. These are some of the things that European has done to Africans. And, we can correct it. We don't need to fight them, but psychologically, we can take what belongs to us from them. We can take them to the level, because they are not wiser. They don't have what we have as Africans. But what we need as Africans is to come together. That unity should bring us together. Ubuntu, let us come together as Africans. Will be the greatest in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, Honorable Kehinde, for that response.
Thank you.
That's a good one, and I believe that Prince is happy with that response. I'm sure he's happy with your response because I've seen you during your presentation. You made mention of inclusive leadership. You talk about our diversity, which is where our strength lies that we don't even make use of. And instead of we to make use of our diversity, in fact, we allow our diversity to become a weakness to us. We kept on not taking advantage of that diversity. You talked about ethical leadership. You made mention also of we adapting to innovation, embrace innovation, technology. And there's something we also received from our presenter yesterday that kept on coming on from our presenters. It talks about most of our presenters yesterday made mention of we singing our own song, we writing our own stories. And until we get to that point, we'll still remain we'll still be struggling with this culture from the West, which they sold to us and make us to abandon our culture. Thank you for that response. I can see that it's becoming interactive, and that is what it's all about. I see. I will take next after Ms. Ketumese. I see a hand raised first. Then after Ketumese, we'll go to Mr. The next one who raised the hand. But let's take you, Ma'am Ketumese. You have the floor now. I think you've got question for Honorable Kehinde.
Yes, thank you so much, moderator. I have a question. I was listening very attentively to what Honorable has just said. Then I was just sitting down asking myself, when we're talking about tourism in Africa or us touring as Africans, but I wonder, what is the African Union doing in terms of this visa issue? Because we are not moving freely around the continent. Then are we expecting the Westerners to come and tell us that we should do away with visas? See that happening is only individual African countries who come up with that decision. That is my first question, because I heard they'll be talking about African free trade and all of that. How is that going? Because we are having European Union as well, and they are doing all that they want. Nobody's telling them what to do. They don't have visas among their own countries. So, Honorable Kehinde, I just want to know from you, sir, as one of the African Union members, what is the African Union doing about the visas? Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. The day we start having free movements, that is the day Africa will become great. The day I want to come to South Africa from Nigeria, I will come to South Africa without a visa, will be the day. And you use South African coming to Nigeria, you don't need a visa, we can move around. That is the day that Africa will become very great. Because when you move around, we develop our trade. When you move around, we develop our culture. When you move around, Africa will make good money. But this issue of movement, restriction on trade, restriction on visa, is what the Europeans are still using to deal with us. Is what America are still using to deal with us. Because they know that by moving together, by opening our borders, to each other, Africans will become, that unity will become very strong. I was in Ghana some months back when I attended the Afri-Exim Bank conference. I was to address some African youths. Majority of them in the hall were Ghanaians. They started saying all sorts of bad things about Nigeria, even when they know that their presenter is from Nigeria. When they asked me to talk, I came to the podium I said, if you've been to Nigeria once, raise up your hand. Only one lady has been to Nigeria. And I said, look at it. You are saying all sorts of rubbish about the country, then you've not been to that country. You need to know about Nigeria. They are saying when you get to Lagos, they can kidnap you. When you get to Lagos, they can cut your head. When you get to Lagos, I said, well, I'm from Lagos. And the population of Lagos alone is over 5 million. Are you saying what you are seeing on foreign news, media, Western media is what you want to act on? Crime happens everywhere. It's only when you don't travel out of the continent that you'll be saying it's worse in Africa. Go to Mexico, go and see what is happening there. A small boy will carry gun, in America and enter a supermarket and shoot and kill people. We don't have that in this part of the world. So we have crime rates, in all those countries is at alarming rate too. But what they report, they have a way of managing their crime of reportage. So I told them, it's high time our leaders, and we are doing everything humanly possible. I just came back from Inter-African Trade Fair in Egypt, Cairo, Egypt. We have a lot of discussions, at Cannes. We have a lot of discussions at Bible forums, and all what we kept talking about is, if you want Inter-African Trade Fair, that is Inter-African Trade Fair, that's IFTA, Free Continental Trade Area, to work, we need to step down a little bit and open our borders. Thank God some countries in Africa have started. Kenya, we start by January. Rwanda has done that. Atlanta, Ghana is talking about 90 days or something like that. So let Africans, let us continue talking. Let us keep challenging our leaders, not by fighting them, but psychologically, let's start talking to our leaders. Because the Europeans, Americans, they have a way of, psyching our leaders. Once they bring one thing now, they use another, weapon of, let us put this person there, though it's not competent, it's not the person that should hold that position, but they will support you to get to that position. And you will become a weapon, in their hands, weapon of mass destruction on the citizens of Africa. So my sister, we keep talking to our leaders. I must confess to you, African Union, even ECOWAS, they phrase something like that. In ECOWAS, it's working partially. Let me use the word partially, because though they said that you can move, across West Africa, but for you to move from Nigeria to Togo, my brother, my sister, you will spend hours at the borders. And I traveled from Nigeria. There was a time I traveled from Nigeria to Togo. I don't want to use the word I saw hell, because when we got to one of the borders, that's Aflao or something like that, I spent more than 7 hours. When you bring this paper, they ask you to go and look for another, and they're collecting big money from us. These are some of the things, until I show them the African Union ID card. And I say, why don't you tell us before? Why don't you tell us before? What of other Africans that don't have that opportunity? So we will keep talking to our leaders. On your own, if you don't have an NGO, please start something today. Let our voice be heard. Let us start talking to this psyche of our leaders, so that as Kenya has done, Rwanda has done, let other African countries start, stepping down on their visa this thing. Let us keep talking to them. I believe that day will come that we are going to celebrate independence of Africa as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for that response. Like you have said, you have rightly put it, the West decided to divide us. because they know that when we are not united, it becomes difficult for us to grow as a team. They don't want that unity to be there. And we will keep on talking to our leaders. And I believe PRAKIS is listening to those responses. But I'm sorry, you still have another question coming from the former Honorable Justice, former Chief Justice of Gambia. That is Honorable Justice Emmanuel Fagbinle. He's got a question for you. Honorable Justice, you have the floor now. Please go ahead with your question.
Thank you, sir, moderator, and good morning to everybody. Thank God for the success of yesterday. I believe that by the grace of God, today we will achieve more. I really appreciate the contribution of the Honorable Doctor. I am proud of him. He went to the heart of the matter, and that's very great. Our prayer has always been that we should be represented by our best 11, because those are people who can represent our interests well. I will not want to blame the white man. When they wrote that Mungo Park discovered the River Niger, and my simple reason is because the European man has a quest for knowledge. He always wants to know. So when they wanted to know the source of River Niger and where it entered into the sea, they sent people who can go and look for it. So Mungo Park discovered for the white man where River Niger was. You understand? Mungo Park did not discover that River Niger existed for Africans. No, he discovered the source of River Niger at Segu. When he saw it at Segu, for the Europeans, they never knew it. They were hearing of it. So for them, it's their star, it's their historian, it's their access. So for us, we know that Africans took Mungo Park through the corridors of Africa up to the village of Segu. By the grace of God, I've been to Segu. I saw where Mungo Park saw the River Niger shining like a star in the morning sun. And I could understand why he wrote all he wrote. So following the trend of the speaker, our people should live up to their reputation of writing, documenting. Our parents are very good in cramming. They know history of the 10, 15, 20 generations past. They can tell you of the stories of kingdoms and obas and leaders, and they will count verse for verse. We don't have that capacity anymore. And that is why we always say, let us document our things. There is no way the white man will ask people who did not know. And whatever they tell him is what he thinks everybody knows. He documented it. So there will be perversion, there will be distortion, there will be inadequacies. This is where the error came from. Those of us that we know, let us take the challenge. The reward may not be in Naira and Kobo, but it will be in the fact that we are defended the integrity, the hegemony, the history, the custom of our people, of a race for generations to come. When you have a knowledge of history and geography that will appreciate tourism.
Yes.
On the other side, tourism will open you up to history, will open up to geography, because by the time you are going out, you are knowing places, you are meeting people, you are hearing stories, you are knowing the past, you will know history. So they are all collated together. And only God knows why some people thought that history should be removed from our curriculum. But thank God for PRAKIS, thank God for all of us. The more we make noise, the better for all of us. I know we have limited time, so I'm not going to waste our time. All I want us to know is that we have a structure on ground. And I know that that's where we are going. Just by the sister that commented almost towards closing yesterday. We have a continental bloc that gave opportunity to the whole of Africa to have a strike that can have impact continentally. We have regional blocks, like he mentioned ECOWAS. If we are looking for individual countries to remove visa restrictions, we will not have anything. But ECOWAS as a bloc, as a regional bloc, was able to do it. We have a bloc in East Africa, we have a bloc in South Africa, we have a bloc in South Africa. The West Africa ECOWAS one is the one we are talking about. By the grace of God, between Gambia, Senegal, and Nigeria, I have traveled that road 3 times. So I'm a living testimony to all the things that they told you that at border points, until you show official passport, diplomatic passport, they will treat you like as if you are not an African or a West African. They will collect money from you, yes. They will demand for things from you. They might delay you, yes. All those are the experience. But the fact remains that gradually, we are working it out. And if you do not persist, if you do not relent, we will get there. But my question, so that I don't forget, to the honorable gentleman, if we have African Parliament, we have ECOWAS Parliament, we have a national parliament at every country's level, where is the ball going to start rolling? Do we want to promote a bill in the National Assembly of Nigeria, or that of Ghana, or that of Togo, or that of South Africa? Or do we want to promote that bill at ECOWAS? Or do we want to promote that bill at the African Parliament to have continental effect, that there should be no visa on any African going into any other African country? Where should that battle start? Because if you know the solution to a problem, then the problem is solved. We know the problem. So the solution, where should that battle start? Number two, active participation is very, very important. And if all of us were interested in our national politics, regional politics, and the continental politics, including world politics, you will blame the white man less, because he wants to remain at the top. He's doing everything to remain at the top. So divide and rule is part of the game. Just like somebody will tell you that deception is part of a battle strategy or war strategy. They say the end justify the means. Some people don't like that language. But when you are talking of economic sphere of interest, political sphere of interest, with military sphere of interest, they have their reasoning for deciding like that. And that's why you have United Nations, you still have the Security Council. And so only one country can raise an opposition or objection or a veto against what the entire world has decided, because they want to be at the top. So what is Africa doing? What is Africa doing at the top to maintain itself at the top? And so if we have these continental blocks, we have the continental bloc, African Parliament, we have regional blocks, ECOWAS, South Africa, East Africa, North Africa, and we have national assembly, national parliament, and we have our leaders. What are we doing to empower them? Especially, let's say, by way of laws and regulations. What our best 11 is doing all over the place, those who know, to ensure that, like I said, we keep on talking to our people, so that it's not only when we have platforms like this that we're talking, but at least there is a sustained campaign. Because unless you mount a campaign and you are persistent at it, you can't get results. So these two aspects lumped together is what I also would love him to comment on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Your Honor, thank you very much. Well, sir, everything still boils down to seriousness. Everything still boils down to love and trust. To me, if you are to push this, it should be through the African Parliament. Because South Africans are pushing it, Kenyans are pushing it because we are Anglophone. When you get to Cote d'Ivoire, you get to Benin Republic, we may have a problem. Because, like I rightly said, they've divided us. Because of this policy of assimilation and policy of association is what is killing Africa and Africans. Because when Anglophone African countries are saying this is where we are going, Anglophone are saying this is where we are going, the Francophone, we have to listen to France first. They have to listen to France, and it is what France tell them to do that they will do. That is the problem of Africa. But if we take it at the African Parliament level, you know, let there be discussions, let us iron it out there, and at the end of the day, if we adopt it, it becomes binding on everybody. But for us to start taking it to each countries, you know, it will die a natural death. So, Your Honor, I think it should be at the African Parliament, you know, which me, you, and every other people can promote, which we can push forward to the parliamentarians. And when we are talking about parliamentarians, these are people that we voted for. These are people that were meant to represent us. If we see that they are not, you know, doing what is expected or how we expect them to do it, it is the duty of every one of us as an Africans to come together and face them and tell them that you are not doing this right. So at our level, if PRAKIS want to push it forward, we can support you and see that we submit we have a submission at the African Parliament on this. These are some of the things that I believe that PRAKIS should start doing. The voice of PRAKIS should be heard not only in South Africa, not only in Nigeria. It should go around Africa. Our leaders by now should know that there's a body known as PRAKIS. Let us face them at the African Union. Let PRAKIS make presentations. Let PRAKIS visit the Addis Ababa African Union office in Addis Ababa, and so that people will know that there's a body that is pushing for this. So that is my submission, sir. Thank you, Your Honorable. Your Honor, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for that response. We are having a very interactive session. I would like the other presenter to please pardon us. We still have more questions coming. We have another question that is coming from our Queen. Please let us give the Queen the opportunity to ask a question. Your Excellency, Ma, Your Royal Highness, you have the floor.
A mic is muted. A mic is muted.
Okay. You are muted, ma'am. Unmute your mic so that we can hear you. Thank you, ma'am. Our mic is still mute. She needs to unmute so that we can hear her.
Okay,
ma'am, we can't hear you, ma.
While we wait
okay.
for her, maybe she's having network challenges. While we wait for her, let me quickly contribute this because I've been raising my hands up as well. Honorable Kenny, you are still going to wait behind. We know you are very busy, but then I believe many people have got questions to ask you. And thank God that you are here, representing the African Union. PRAKIS have tried to do a lot of things with African Union as well as Pan-African Parliament. We have raised our concern, which we have taken to Pan-African Parliament. Perhaps they have indicated their readiness to be part of this journey in the transformation of education in Africa. However, the settings that you will see in the Parliament, because, we are very close to them. Like I said, they are ready to walk the journey with us. As a matter of fact, one of the things that they told us was that in terms of education, they have not been able to do anything tangibly. That is one. Then two, with our agenda in transformation of education in Africa, resonate with AU Agenda 2063, which they agreed that is something that we have to work hand in hand to achieve that. But when you look at the leaders and the leadership in a Pan-African Parliament, if care is not taken, we will see that we are not going anywhere in Africa. I can say that because we have robust interactions with them. We form part of their committee. We've done so many things and so on and so forth. Now, one of the challenges, I don't know, maybe is peculiar to all organizations such as the parliament and so on and so forth. Because one of the challenges they will tell you is funding. If our politicians can procure, you know, unnecessary things, let me say it, unnecessary things, in buying cars worth of millions, buying houses worth of millions, and so on and so forth. What is it going to happen to we Africans? What is it going to happen to an African child? What is it going to happen to our continent? You know, like I agree with you to say, when you said, yes, everybody must raise their voices out, which PRAKIS is doing, you know, which PRAKIS is doing, not only here in South Africa, Nigeria, Gambia, or Sierra Leone. We are raising our voices out and so on. But you see, the issue is this: the African Parliament, the legislative arm of the OAU, need to stand up, need to wake up, and need to do something. Our CEO posted a question to you that what are we going to do regarding the issue of the visa? This was one of the questions we posted to them. And I know the reason why she was asking that question, because they could not answer. They said it, that, yeah, they've done a lot of things in terms of programs, you know, to bring Africa together, to integrate Africa, such as they talk about the policing, they talk about the free trade, they talk about so many things. And we are astonished when they said they've also had a resolution where was taken, was it not 2013 or 2014, that by 2018, all African countries must abolish or the visas for Africans. And there should be one passport for all Africa, which is the African Union passport. Now, the question is that, has it been implemented? No. So what is the parliament doing? They fold their hands. What is the AU doing? They fold their hands. You find out that in Africa, any European can enter and go out of Africa without any visas. I've traveled wide, large to Europe and so on. You understand? You will never see an European man who visits France, for example. Maybe he's coming from Germany. He visits France, and when he's going to Italy, they'll be asking for visas. It's never happened. Two, these are the people who comes in to Africa and go out freely. Now we are not talking about free trade and so on and so forth. How are they going to be achievable? The goods cannot move without people. That is one. Two, can we also borrow a leaf? When you see a goat grazing grasses, let's say the goat is grazing grasses from South Africa and graze the grasses towards Botswana, where is the immigration officer that stops that particular goat? Because it will pass by. There's a freedom. Can you stop the birds to fly from one country to another, hop in the air, or the fishes that swim in the water? Now, so it's so difficult. Maybe it's a problem of our leaders that need to be looked into. And like I said, in the Pan-African Parliament, because I raised my voice, is there anything that our governments are benefiting in the insurance of visas and passports? Is there anything that benefiting from that? So these are the things that I believe that you must also look into in the African Union. We continue our struggle with Pan-African Parliament. Luckily for us, they are here in South Africa. We can knock at their door at any time. The last time you will see it, I was with the president of the Pan-African Parliament. We have a very robust discussion. Some of the questions we put before them, they cannot even answer themselves. So it's a problem. It's a problem. But notwithstanding, we will continue to push. We will continue to push. And the likes of you who hears what we are saying can as well take it to them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that contribution. I don't know if that's a contribution. I believe is not a question for Honorable Kenny. I'm sure it's a contribution from you, sir. I also let me quickly touch on this. I saw a question. I don't know if Ketumese, are you okay now? I saw your question, which says your response on the chat, which says thank you for your response, but it did not really answer my question. I think we Africans are the one disadvantaging ourselves, and this tendency of always blaming the West is becoming so monotonous. Are you fine now? Okay, fine. I got your response. You are fine with that? Then I don't know if the Queen is available now. Is the Queen available to ask a question? I don't know.
Swani is doing
is the Queen available?
So say Mayor's Park Extension 8, so I don't know.
Okay.
Obviously,
Queen, you have the floor. Go ahead, ma'am. You have the floor.
Royal greetings, Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses. It's a great pleasure to be on this platform. And I can hear that actually we really have the African soiled children who are so aggressive about making Africa great. I would like also just to comment because when Honorable Kenny was about to finish, it's when I enter and joined. The only thing that I will comment on is that it's true. They are dividing us. At the same time, they are ruling us. But we as Africans, we are so naive. We don't know how rich we are. We are rich in each and every land we are into. Like right now, people should know whether they are Africans or they are animals or they are whatever that God made them. South Africa is for each and everyone who lives in it. And it's up to you how you make use of it. Whether you are an African, whether you are a South African citizen, it's up to you how you make use of the opportunity. And I would like also to speak about the thing that most of us Africans, we like to complain. They colonized us. They did this to us. What are we doing? What are we doing to make things change? And I just love the last words when our honorable was saying that we need to be provocable. And at the same time, we don't need to be apologetic about what these people are doing, because immediately we stand up and we know what we want. As right now, we know what we want. We want Africa to rise. If it's up to us to go and speak to them, and fortunately, as we can see right now, they are busy opening the borders one by one, and then they are giving us only 30 days and sometimes 90 days, because they don't want us to relax. But it is not going to work. We are Africans. We know what to do. We know actually what to expect. This is our land. This is our continent. And at the end of the day, no one will tell me when I'm in Nigeria that I don't belong in Nigeria. Even the Nigerians, when they are here, I always actually speak to people and tell them that you have no right to tell them they don't belong here, because you don't know about your DNA. If you have to go back and learn about your DNA, you will shut your mouth and you will not say anything about Nigerians being in South Africa. So my comment was like, we have to stop complaining, saying that, hey, these people, they've colonized us, they've taken this. Let us do things for ourselves. Like right now, I'm so happy and honored that PRAKIS have invited me, because it's a platform where the Africans need to rise up and be one and know exactly what they are talking about and what they are doing. And again, I will also applaud all the guests that are being invited on this platform, because they make sense to me. They make sense in such a way that I can see South Africa rising. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for that contribution. Really appreciate. She just reminded us that we must stop embracing our problem. We can't be pampering our problem and expect to have solution. We must not always put the West, say it's their fault. I see another hand raised. We are going to have, I don't know. Let me ask, permit me to ask PRAKIS, Prince, to please let us know, what should we do at this point? It seems that we have more contribution coming in, and we have fast spent more than the duration for the first presenter.
Yes.
Prince,
Okay.
please advise.
Yes.
What should we do?
Let's take the last reactions or question from Dr. Mushela Sipora.
Okay.
Honorable Ken is still going to wait behind.
Okay.
So that he will take more questions. But let's quickly take this one from Dr. Mushela. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Mushela, you have the floor now. Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm sorry for being late. I was struggling, but I did, Ms. Mulisiwa did call me, and I explained to her that I'm struggling to change gadget, but eventually, by God's grace, I managed to log in. So I would like to say, in my asking a question or making a contribution, may I kindly be corrected if I missed some of the things, because I didn't listen to the presentation in full. I just came towards the end. But my question is a follow-up or just sharing a bit of light in the based on the last the Majesty, who has just raised her contribution right now. That much as I remember when we were students at that university where I was studying, it's no more, but there was this emphasis on this module that we must remember that education should be apolitical. And if you really have lived through the days of apartheid, like some of us who did not just read about it, but have experienced it firsthand, we were very much troubled by that kind of a statement. But because we are there to get our degrees, we had to stomach all that unfortunate statement of saying education is apolitical. Education is very much political, highly contested. You cannot talk about education and say politics aside. The issue why I'm going with this is that the issue of that statement of saying South Africa belongs to all that live in it. It's a very highly political statement, and it is in the conversations that are going right now, especially the unfortunate statement that highlights the flaws in the Freedom Charter when it was adopted. That has placed South Africa where it is, and it seems as if South Africa is not welcoming to other people, our other brothers and sisters from other parts of the continent. And then if you have to go to religious books or the Bible itself, and people are even raising concerns in the religious circles to say even Jesus Christ had to be accounted for. So when people are talking sometimes, it's like South Africa is trying to come with the unthinkable, that if it's biblical, that you need to know where you belong, not to try and exclude other people. So those are the conversations that are going on. So hence I'm saying, in our propagating or advocating for an education that is relevant to Africa, we should not close our what do you call this, our gaps or whatever, these things that use the horses to concentrate, you know. English is not my language anyway, correct me, that we should not put on those things and say, well, this is not politics, we're talking about education. And also, on hindsight, with due respect to our say, who was talking about Finland and all that, and then I saw, with due respect, one of the participants saying, how can we adopt or have the Finland education being used as a role model or something? I'm sorry if I'm misquoting you, but that's the message that I was getting. Hello? Hello? Hello?
You are
audible. We can hear you.
Oh, thank you. Yes, okay. That I didn't want to spoil the good and excellent presentation of the presenter yesterday about Finland. But like I told you, that sometimes I travel and I wear different caps. That's my problem. And then I come back and I write. I'm an author as well. So you will hear even in my presentation that what I will be talking about, I'll be talking from my heart. And I have written about the things that I've said, so that I lay myself open to criticism, to the whole world out there. So I get those feedbacks and I engage with people from all corners of the world. So the issue about that post that I saw is that we should be very careful in adopting other curriculums that are said to be high class and all that wholesale. That is where it has put Africa where it is in terms of development in education. That Finland itself, if I can tell you, when I'm saying the cap that I was wearing there, we discovered the teachers opened up for us to say that we've got a very serious problem. Much as the children are free, la 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 la. When it comes to the values, they are all. An 11-year-old, listen to this one. That's where indigenous knowledge systems comes in. An 11-year-old will pack their bags and go to school on Monday. It's fine. They come back Tuesday, Wednesday, riding their bicycle in that safe country and all that. Come Thursday or Friday, from Thursday or Friday, some of 11-year-olds don't come back home. You will see them Monday afternoon when they come back from school, and you cannot even say a word about that. That's what the teachers were saying. Much as our education system, it's good, we've got resources and everything, but we've got a serious problem of the children that parents cannot even control. So I'm trying to say we need to track carefully on issues of looking at other countries and say, oh, this will be good for us and all that. However, like I said, I don't know if it's a question or whatever, was the issue of the South Africa, the borders and all that, that we've got a very serious problem that is going on here, that is leading to issues of statements like xenophobia and all that. Because of this policy, I call it a policy, the Freedom Charter, it is full of flaws. And unfortunately, the voices of the people that are saying are from Black consciousness and Pan-Africanism. And you know that what happens to those, there's silence, there's zilch, if I have to put it in German, in as far as, you know, listening or engaging the voices of those people. Thank you. I pause.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for that contribution. We appreciate. Right now, because of our time, we need to move to the next presenter. But Prince already requested that Honorable Kende do not hurry away from this platform, because at the end, we may still have some question for him. It's very, very interactive now. But our next presenter is Dr. Chief Mrs. Anita Okuribido. Please pardon me if I don't pronounce that last name, but I know the Anita, I pronounced that properly. Please pardon me. She is the president, Women in Renewable Energy Association, known for her passion and zeal towards promoting renewable energy and green alternative. Chief Mrs. Anita, affectionately referred to as Mama Renewable, has contributed immensely to the positive growth and utilization of renewable energy in Nigeria. A strategic planner, she is an implementer, solution provider, idea developer, and an agent. She is quite active at the bottom of the pyramid with extensive interest in agricultural development, renewable energy development, and sustainable application for natural green economic growth. A robust and dynamic speaker, she is highly sought after. A practical experience and intensive support, mentorship, and consultancy for clean energy initiatives, startup, and has spoken at multiple renewable energy fora, internationally and regionally, and even locally. Chief Mrs. Okuribido was the first female national president of the Council for Renewable Energy Nigeria. Please join me to welcome Dr. Chief Mrs. Anita Okuribido for our presentation. You have the stage now. Thank you so much, ma'am. Please unmute. We can't hear you.
Hello, moderator. If she's not yet ready, maybe we go to the next speaker. Then she will indicate to us when
after we can have her.
Because of time.
When she's available. Okay. All right. Now, in the absence of that, we'll come back to Chief Mrs. Anita. But now we need to move to the next presenter. The next presenter will be, we're supposed to have Mr. Jones, but in place of Mr. Jones, we have, please pardon me, I need to get it right. We are going to have Honorable Tebang Sebulela, is a consultant on access to information law and protection of personal information. He is the former Deputy Information Officer and Compliance Officer for the South African Human Rights Commission and served on a number of portfolios in the public interest law and human rights broadly. With his legal educational background, he has held other positions, including research for With and Legal Resources Center. And now he has interest in privacy law, environmental, social, and governance on a consultancy basis. Please join me to welcome Honorable Tebang Sebulela for his presentation. You now have the floor, sir.
Good evening, colleagues. Am I audible? Am I visible? Are you able to see me?
Yeah, you are audible, but we are yet to see you.
Okay, are you able to see me? I have my camera on.
You are very audible, but we are here to see you. But I will just advise, can you just go ahead while
Okay.
Maybe it will get better as along the line.
All right. Okay. Thank you for the organizers for making this very important conference very possible. Thank you so much for the invite and all protocols observed. And I've been invited to speak on the topic on what is the role of the laws and policies aimed to decolonize education and what their relevance is in the 21st century. And maybe just a quick note that my presentation will mostly look into decolonization of education in the South African context. I mean, the post 1994 government, I think we are aware of the fact that it did inherit an education system that was riddled with inequalities. The system was racially fragmented and characterized by disproportionate distribution of resources, with former white schools receiving more resources than schools of other racial groups. So multiple education authorities have caused duplication and inefficiencies. So the system was also marked by a lack of properly qualified educators for the vast majority of learners. So higher education was mostly restricted to the relatively well-off families, with the majority of students having not having the means to access higher education. Also, I do think that it's very important for us to look at a broader meaning of decolonization in the educational context. And when we try to grapple with exact meaning of decolonization, because it might realize that it might have different meanings to different people, depending on which context one looks at it. I think decolonization is a move from a dominant and Eurocentric conception that is connected with legal cultures and historically rooted in colonialism, and in the South African context with also apartheid. And that move to a more inclusive legal culture, you know. So on discussions about decolonizing the University of Cape Town, for example, Max Price and Russell Ellie stated that decolonization should certainly not be reduced to some naive desire to return to a pristine, unblemished Africa because of the arrival of the settlers. And I somehow agree with that, in that it seems to allude to a non-romanticized and non-rhetoric concept of decolonization on the one hand and a dynamic meaning of decolonization on the other. So there is a need for us to discuss a more transparent, more in-depth, and more meaningful conversation in order to promote a transformative potential of education in achieving more of a social and economic justice. I also do think that decolonization of our educational sector should look into unearthing the practical and theoretical shifts that are required in basic and higher education and learning. So the decolonization of primary education and higher learning should involve learners who were previously marginalized under apartheid, who should be taught, who should be empowered, given the tools, and most importantly, supported to embrace and recognize their own cultures, to tell their own stories, and study from the books written by Africans. And this is what Honorable Kenny referred to in his presentation, and put it so well. I don't want to mess it up. And also run institutions that are based on African values, that are reflected on African cultures as opposed to Eurocentric models of learning and living. And also, we cannot discuss this topic of decolonization of our educational system without making reference to our primary law in South Africa, which is our constitution, which gives us an inherent right to basic education, and the burden that the Act imposes to the state to make basic education free and accessible in a language of their choice. And almost 30 years post democracy, the issue of language is still a very contentious issue, which finds scholars, politicians, and thought leaders and civil society grappling with the topic that no one dares to talk about. So over and above the South African Constitution, there are a number of laws, a number of policies, and when we speak of legislation, we just to name a few, we have the Basic Education Laws and Amendment Act, we have the South African Schools Act, the National Education Policy Act, and the South African Qualifications Authority Act. There are some policies we have adopted nationally, and these, just to name a few, will include the draft policy on education. This one is vital in that to date, there are pupils who walk kilometers to school. They are still learning in very dilapidated structures with no proper water and sanitation facilities. We also do have the language and education policy and have the rights, responsibilities of parents and learners, and in public schools, just to name a few, that policy promotes and encourages collaboration between the SGB, the parents, and the teachers themselves in coming up with solutions and harnessing the potential of the learners in public schools. And these policies are easily and freely available in Department of Education in Department of Education website. So despite some of the efforts made by HODs and HODs, I mean, I'm referring to heads of department in not only public schools, but also in the private schools, and also leaders in higher education and training, to start this process of not just having the discussion, but also coming up with practical, implementable ways to decolonize higher education and training. Initiatives aimed at creating a good platform from which to respond to global and national changes are still far from ideal. So the role of leadership in universities, I think that it is a good starting point from which to deepen the understanding of decolonization. So the narratives of these participants illuminate some of the complexities and the tensions and the challenges that leadership continues to face in our South African higher learning institutions. And I know that this problem not only is a South African problem, it is a broader African problem. And this cannot be understood outside the context of our colonial past as Africa and the manner in which educational structures and practices continue to dominate colonized notions of education influenced by neoliberal practices. I do think that leadership is an important factor in improving learning for students. There is also a need for education leadership to develop outside of Western influence. University leadership has emerged as an area that requires greater attention in universities and from researchers as universities prepare students to meet the challenges of the 21st century, which are characterized by increasing diversity, where critical thinking and collaborative skills are essentials. So leadership is crucial in bringing about a change in universities and improving leadership outcomes. So in conclusion, much work lies ahead for leaders in Africa from the West to collaborate respectfully to disrupt, collaborate and to collaborate on theorizing leadership policies and practices that are grounded on decolonizing and social justice leadership framework, which focuses on African histories, African stories, and African knowledge systems, and also decolonizing education and social justice leadership, a social justice leadership that will offer framework to theorize leadership in developing countries. And thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tepang, for that presentation. We have comments which that was that requesting for your slides or for your presentation, but we are quick to explain that you are having the visual problems, so we couldn't see you. But along the line, maybe if that gets rectified, you can still come up with your visual so that we can see you. We'll really appreciate. But you really touch on the crucial aspect. Good, now we can see you, but it's just that you just finished with the presentation. Your visual is back. But I don't know if we have people in the participants who would like to ask some question. So we don't want you to hurry away while we receive some question from the participants. Okay, we already have one PRAKIS Education raised its hand. You have the floor. Please go ahead. You have a question.
Yes, thank you, moderator. I just want to find out from the last speaker, very happy that he mentioned some policy documents, frameworks that have been developed in South Africa to address the issue regarding colonizations, if I might put it that way. I want to find out, so those policies and the framework, how effective have they addressed the issues of colonization? That is one. Two, have they? Three, knowing our history, where we are coming from, that is that is pre-apartheid and the post-apartheid era, the Bantu educations and so on and so forth. Have we migrated fully as a country from that policy of Bantu education to democratic educational policy that we foresee? Have we migrated totally now or not? So those are my questions. Thank you.
Honorable Tepang, please, can you respond to that question for us? Thank you, sir. You have the floor.
Sure. I think that in most instances, we take some time saying good things about our piece of legislation, and maybe mostly the South African Constitution as a whole. And I mean, there's so many strides that have been made in terms of developing policies and legislation. But I'll be the first one to say that there are a few challenges in implementation of that law, of some of these laws, and implementation, especially with regards to the legislation that I referred to earlier on, which was the legislation which spoke of um, rural education, providing proper and effective education in the rural sector. So some of them, they have been effectively implemented, but there has been a few strides, but also there lies a few challenges in implementing and those legislations, those policies. It's good and well to have great legislation, but I think implementation it's another. And a few challenges which have been raised is the lack of political will, number one, and number two, other challenges which were faced is which are currently still being faced is lack of funding and resources which are given to the different departments. I mean, have we moved? The other question was, have we moved from that Bantu education? Yes, theoretically we have moved from that, but again, like I said, that the issues such as language remain an issue, and I do think that there's still a lot of work that needs to be done for us to actually say that we have fully decolonized our education. You still find a lot of Eurocentric and Western influences in our style of teaching, in our style of learning, in our systems, educational system, especially in the higher education. We are still having discussions on and the renaming of our universities, removal of certain statues that resemble, colonial influences. So, as much as a lot of strides have been made, and we are starting to tell our stories in a way that pleases us, in a way that it does not have American or Western influences. There is a lot of work that is to be done. So I think that's the way I can answer it. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Honorable Tepang. Please, there are questions that you will still have to respond to. If you check on our chat section, there's a question for. Please, she also requested that please do not hurry away, because we are far behind schedule now. We will likely
David,
have that opportunity again to bring you back on the platform to respond to some of these questions, like the corporal punishment she mentioned earlier and others. But because of our time, we would like to move to the next presenter now, so that at
David,
least
can I just
we have
mention this?
enough time.
Hi, David.
Okay, all right.
Can I just
Okay, go
mention
ahead,
I'm currently on load shedding,
Oh.
and my laptop is on 10%, but I think power should be back in the next 10 minutes. Should I disconnect because of a low battery power? Please know that I will reconnect after 12 o'clock once a load shedding or once power is back. But it should be back in the next 10 minutes or so. That's the reality that we are faced with in South Africa.
Thank you so much. Okay,
I just thought I should
before that time,
mention
that will give us the
David.
opportunity to have your battery full again before you come back. Thank you so much. We need to move to the next presenter right now. The next presenter, we are going to. The next presenter is Engineer Azuna Chukwu. Engineer Azuna Chukwu. Engineer Azuna Chukwu is the Chief Executive Officer of M-Block Limited. He's a Nigerian computer engineer. Azuna Chukwu, is also the Chief Executive of M-Block. Okay, I said that M-Block Limited has developed a super meeting conferencing application that will change the face of online meeting, entitled MChat. That is the name of the app which he has developed. The application allows limitless number of applicants and could last for hours without any break. According to him, MChat is a robust and dynamic chat virtual meeting hall and full-scale conferencing app, allowing you to do far more than any similar app can ever do. This makes MChat experience completely refreshing and unique. It is locally developed and can be specially customized to suit corporate and personal needs. The costs, according to him, are relatively cheaper with more rewarding experience. Similarly, the company has also developed another product. This product is known as PlugBay, the first global micro-advertising and empowerment platform that recognizes 3 important actors through yearly membership subscription, allowing users the service of hiring and advertising in real time without internet, without smartphone, and without airtime. The 2 products are due for official unveiling on Friday at Abuja, Nigeria, and will subsequently found in Android Play Store and also in iPhone operating system. Let me add to this. He is also a fellow of the Nigerian Computer Society. Please join me to welcome Engineer Azuna Chukwu for his presentation. You now have the floor, sir. Over to you.
Hello, Program Director. It seems like engineer is not yet on the platform. I would like to suggest that maybe Chief Anita should go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I don't know. Do we have Chief Anita right now? Is Chief Anita available?
Program Director, I'm hoping, you know what, let's go to Mem Nhlongo right now, because it's as if they're having network problems, Chief Anita. So just go to Mem Nhlongo, please. Sorry about that.
Okay, all right. Now we'll move to the next presenter, Ms. Nhlongo. She's a clinical psychologist and social worker by profession. Her work experience span the private, academic, and public sectors. She has worked at a junior level, middle management, and senior management. She has served in various committees in leadership position, supply chain management, ICT committee, budget committee, and performance management committee. She has experience in employee health and wellness, people management, strategic management, risk management, financial management. Our colleague described her as being result-driven, supportive, industrious, responsive, flexible, and proactive. She is passionate about development and mental health issues. Hence, over the years, she has been a board member of the Depression and Anxiety Group, Kumanani Support Group for families of patients with mental illness, and Mpumalanga Social Work Veterans Organization. Please join me to welcome Mrs. Tembeni Ntlongo as the next presenter. You now have the floor, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Thank you to our moderator for the opportunity. Our excellencies and royal highness that are in our midst, and all the organizers of this lovely conference that I was invited to join, and also to extend a warm welcome to all participants that are here today. Good morning. I was given a topic that I should talk to. Perhaps it's because of my experience of being an accounting officer and dealing with budgets. So the topic is the effects of budgetary allocation and financing of African education towards global competitiveness. I want to first paint what is really happening globally around budgeting or budget execution. What I can say is that recent reports do indicate that the public finance management systems often struggle where it matters most for efficient service delivery, which is budget execution. More than 2/3 of governments globally struggle to maintain the planned composition of their expenditure throughout the fiscal year. And this affects most sectors, especially sectors that are focusing on a service delivery like education, which is the main pillar of each a country is education. So we need to make sure that our education system is strong so that it can be able to bring the development that we need. So understanding budget execution is very important because if there are challenges, be it underspending or overspending, that indicate broader challenges in efficiently delivering, education services. And it's also very pertinent in ensuring that each child receives education. So there are many issues that are brought to the fore that create challenges within the public finance management. Challenges such as delay in fund release, complex financial management requirements between various levels. For example, school, district, province, and national level. And I think across most countries in Africa, this is how the education system is structured. It can differ here and there, but these are the main challenges that are there. So also there is a challenge with timely reallocation. You will agree with me that during the course of the financial year, usually government departments are given an opportunity to reallocate funds, especially for those programs that are not doing well. But you find that there is a challenge with regard to that. There is also ineffective teacher deployment and ineffective procurement processes. But this is just to name a few of those challenges that can inhibit timely availability of resources such as books, teaching and learning material, and human resources at the school level. These challenges ultimately impact on learner or student learning outcomes. So I've indicated that I look at what are the challenges globally, and it is admitted that there is still limited research on the mechanisms through which public finance management affects service delivery. But all of us seated here are aware about the fact that this poor budget execution then impact on student learning outcomes. The extent to which budget execution facilitates or stalls improvements in service delivery requires an in-depth analysis so that we can be able to ensure that we get to the global competitiveness that we are talking about, especially as the African continent. And I agree with the previous speakers that were echoing the fact that, you know, as Africans, sometimes we look down upon ourselves, but we have got the richness of our culture and the richness of the resources in Africa, especially our mineral resources, that should actually improve the availability of funds or resources in our schools, so that each and every child can be able to do that. I looked at few sources which I will not, but I will just mention them. I looked at the World Bank's public expenditure reviews, also the finance trends in the Education Finance Watch of 2022, and also the data from the Public Expenditure and Financial Accountability Assessments, because I wanted to see what is really happening in Africa. So what is it that we know about budget execution in education? We all know that the share of education spending for most lower middle and middle income countries has been either stagnant or a slow upward trend, especially in low income countries for the last 10 years. But this was compounded by the COVID-19 pandemic. So education spending declined in many countries. The pandemic affected execution rates, but not equally in all countries across Africa. So the declining execution rates were most prominent in goods and services. Some reports indicated that there was a 10% decline with regard to goods and services compared to pre-COVID data, while wages in the sampled countries did not see a similar decline. But wages often account for 80 to 90% of the education spending. So it leaves very little for other things that are very pertinent to ensure that children receive a quality education. So what are the implications for education and beyond? The size of education budget is important, but the ability of ministries of education to spend well and execute appropriately must not be overlooked. More money to the sector that spends ineffectively or not is, as expected, is cause for concern and could exacerbate financial inefficiencies. So exploring the reasons behind the executed share of allocated budget opens a window for us to understand whether systems are set up to implement budgets effectively, and also to pinpoint whether bottlenecks are present in the execution stage or elsewhere in the budget cycle. We all know that, for example, in South Africa, our budget is done over the medium-term expenditure framework, which is a period of 3 years, but being reviewed annually. So every year we do our annual performance plans, looking at that. But I must also indicate that there is low predictability in the release of funds. Coordination of input purchases, distribution of textbook, or expanding school infrastructure becomes challenging. So strengthening budget oversight is key for budget process credibility. So data on budget is not consistently reported and is unavailable in many countries. A recent open budget survey that was done by the World Bank also noted a decrease in the legislative oversight of budget execution. I didn't want to list the regulatory framework that is there in South Africa that controls, budget execution. But with more than 115 countries that were surveyed in the entire world, there was an issue that was saying that quite a number of them, they are not overseeing the progress of budget implementation. And budget oversight, we all agree that it can assist with effective use of resources. So also, it should be noted that more scrutiny of budget execution is a commitment to the global effort on transforming education financing. And perhaps that will bring the competitiveness that we would want to see. So while examining the deviation and discrepancies between planned and implemented budget, it is imperative to understand and tackle the bottlenecks that I've spoken about earlier. But we should also keep in mind that a narrow focus on execution rates can distract us from discovering, in quotes, challenges elsewhere in the budget cycle. So attention to all stages of the budget cycle is very important, while noting what are the key drivers of learning and also what is critical in ensuring that there's efficient service delivery in the education sector and achieving learning outcomes throughout Africa. So I've put also what could be the next steps that would action, or what are the next steps of action to ensure global competitiveness. And I'm saying that bringing forward the future of learning, there are key policy actions that we need to look at as a continent. When it comes to learners, we need to increase provision of high quality early childhood development service. And I think yesterday, our Queen did mention the fact that, focus on early childhood development is very critical. It is said that the first 100 days of a child, 1,000 days, of a child are very critical in their cognitive development. And it is during that period that early childhood development also needs to be emphasized. So also with regard to learners, we need to remove the demand side barriers to getting all children into school. One thing that I've noticed, especially that now that I have quite a lot of time and I visit my parents more in the township where I grew up in Bongoa in Limpopo, I get so worried when it's school time and I see children loitering around in school uniform. So the communities are no longer committed to that issue of ensuring that children are in schools. But also there is a challenge in the sense that children travel longer distances to get to schools because we're not looking at ward per ward, district per district, and saying what is the population of school-going age that would need to get into, be it to preschool or to a school. So we need to look into that so that we remove the barriers and not leave any child behind. We also need to create conditions to keep children in school. We are all aware about the challenges of the pinch that we are all feeling due to the economic condition. So we need to ensure that we provide meals at school because children cannot learn on an empty stomach. We know about the challenges that were there, for example, in the KwaZulu-Natal province during the beginning of the year where children were not getting the meals as they are used to. That is a challenge. Also, we need to provide school uniform. Most parents are unemployed and therefore cannot afford to buy. We also need to provide hygiene care, including sanitary towels, especially for the girl child, so that they stay in schools. But there's also another aspect that we ignore. Even though we are aware about, for example, the level of crimes and the increase in social ills, you know, the psychosocial support that children or learners need in schools, we really need to make sure that we provide that. But we also need to bolster the role of parents, caregivers, families, and communities in their children's learning. We should not only call parents to schools when children have been up to some mischief. We should always call them to come and engage them in their children's learning process. When it comes to teachers, we need to reshape the teaching profession as a meritocratic, socially valued career and hold teachers to high professional standards. We also need to invest in practical pre-service training to prepare the next generation of professionals. We need to shift to evidence-based in-service professional development that makes a difference in the classroom. We also need to provide teachers with tools and techniques for effective teaching. But having said that, I'm surrounded by teachers, and I think both my parents are still alive. My dad is 93. He was a teacher, and my mom is 86. She was also a teacher, and two of my sisters are teachers. I usually engage them around what makes a good teacher. So they always all say it must be a well-rounded person who's aware about what is happening within the community and know who are the people that they can engage within communities so that they can improve their profession and also their responsiveness to the needs of children in school. When it comes to learning resources, we need to ensure that the curriculum is effective and provide detailed guidance to teachers. Sometimes new things are brought to schools with regard to the curriculum, but the teachers are not assisted to be able to deliver effectively. We also need to use assessment judiciously. We also need to ensure that children receive high quality, age-appropriate books. I know that at some point, I think it was for life orientation, people were up in arms to say the books that were provided, there were some sexual graphic things that were in those books. But I felt that perhaps before we criticize, we need to understand, get to the people that are within the education department and get a better understanding of what led to that. Because sometimes, whether we like it or not, with technology being so advanced, each child having a smartphone, sometimes they get to some mischief and they can be exposed to things that they are not supposed to see. We also need to harness technology to achieve learning objectives. I'm also overemphasizing that the use of technology is very, very critical for global competitiveness. Within schools, what can we do? We need to ensure that all children and youth have space to learn that meets the minimum infrastructure standards for safety and inclusion. Many a times we leave behind children with disabilities because we build schools that are not going to be accessible for them. We also need to create conditions that prevent and address bullying. I don't know how many times within the recent months we have heard very sad stories of children that have either committed suicide or been stabbed or whatever because of bullying. But also we need to deal with any form of discrimination and violence in and around the school. We also need to increase inclusiveness, and I think I've already touched on that. Inclusiveness of school so that all learners feel welcome and have access to quality learning experience. Teach students first in the language they use and understand. And I think even yesterday, there was a question around the use of language. With regard to management systems, we need to strengthen human resource function of education system to professionalize leadership or professionalize school leadership. Provide school leaders with tools to manage with autonomy, and also invest in system leadership and management capacity. So in conclusion, I think we need to scale up and sustain the vision for the future of learning for global competitiveness. And how can we do that? We need to pursue systematic reform supported by political commitment to learning for all children. And I think many a times people argue that we need to again make education fashionable. So all leaders in communities should take that role of ensuring that we make each child to be proud to stay in school and not be led astray by those who drop out of school. So, and I think if we can be on that campaign that it's cool to stay in school, we will be able to win with regard to those that are dropping out. We also need to focus on equity and inclusion through a progressive path towards universalism. Focus on results and use evidence to keep improving a policy. Sometimes I watch on TikTok now that I have the time, and I'm amazed about beautiful things that are being done by various teachers in schools through their own initiative with regard to how do I make mathematics cool, you know? The manner in which they do it, I really appreciate that. So we also need to talk to them and encourage others to learn from them. We also need to ensure financial commitment, which is commensurate with what is needed to provide basic educational services to all. Invest wisely in technology. And lastly, moderator, we need to remember that education is a right with immense inherent values as an essential building block for a country's human capital. It is also a key driver for growth, competitiveness, and economic development. So all of us here, whatever profession that we are, we come from the hands of teachers. We come from the pot of education. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma, for that wonderful presentation. We really appreciate you being part of this program. You have highlighted so many things. Like many of us on this platform, we are educators. even if some of us are right now not in the classroom. But I can see that you have really touched on so many aspects where we need to work on, and to see that we have an all-inclusive education where no child is left behind, and also where the teachers also are motivated. They don't feel like it's a work, like they feel that it's a calling for them, and they are ready to be very creative to make sure that they don't have dropout. You've really touched on so many things that we cannot even start to mention now, but I know that we have one or two people who have few questions for you. I've seen one hand raised. I've seen Prince. Prince, you have a question for our presenter. Do you have a question? If you have a question, please go ahead. She's ready to receive your question. Thank you, sir.
No. I will suggest that let us put all our questions together because of time, so that other presenter can as well
can come in.
Present their papers.
Okay, thank you for that advice, sir. So I believe, do we now have we actually skip Chief Mrs. Anita? I don't know if she's online right now for our presentation.
I am online. Thank you.
All right, let us have you, ma. Thank you so much. You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you. You may not be able to see my face all through because I'm also in a school right now, but I will try and do justice to my assignment, my topic. So, good morning. I believe the protocol has been established, but all the same, I will recognize and acknowledge the CEO of PRAKIS International Services, who is our convener, who is putting all this wonderful conference together for the whole of Africa. Pastor Prince, Dr. Obilano, thank you for inviting me to do this talk on the importance and why is it necessary to have renewable energy, in Africa, and to make good use of it. So my introduction, I would say lack of access to affordable electricity is a major determinant of poverty in sub-Saharan Africa. Urban populations remain underserved by inefficient, unreliable systems, while many rural villagers in Africa have no access to electricity at all, except for power provided to relatively affluent households by small privately owned generators. And of course, they use fossil fuel for these privately owned generators, and this emits carbon emission. In this context, the lowest hanging fruit is the local renewable energy sources that have the strong appeal and potential to provide direct electricity to the 600 million Africans currently who are deprived of electricity. Please note that figure, 600 million Africans, particularly in the rural areas, currently are deprived of electricity. And of course, when we go into the renewable energy value chain, we can also provide green jobs, immediately, as well as we create industrialization. Africa must increase investment in developing its renewable energy and attract greater support for the private sector and international financial institutions if it is to achieve the sustainable development goals and sustainable supply of electricity. And I can say that renewable energy will always give Africa and African countries in general opportunities to achieve the sustainable development goals itself, because sustainable development has been at the center of recent policy reviews and policies and development plans for many African countries. And this is a pattern of development that delivers basic environmental, social, and economic services without threatening the viability of natural, built, and social systems upon which these services depend. In terms of development indices, energy consumption is a recognized indicator. And of course, energy poverty is also very fierce in Africa. However, across the globe, as many as 2 billion people have no access to electricity. A large proportion of these 2 billion people live in Africa, a continent with greater availability of renewable energy resources. Let me also reiterate that most African countries lack much of the basic electric power, grid infrastructure that developed countries built at considerable costs. The national incomes of the African countries is also a major constraint towards acquiring the conventional power systems. Under these circumstances, I would say that the only option for most African countries is the development and harnessing of the available renewable energy resources, particularly through solar, wind energy, and hydro. These may provide only small to modest capacity systems. However, the flexibility of small size of renewable energy systems, such as solar thermal that I mentioned before, photovoltaic, wind energy, and hydro, can be ideal, very ideal for Africa's needs. Another advantage associated with small size is the speed of construction. That was why I was saying that it's always the lowest hanging fruit to generate off-grid electricity through renewable energies. Wind farms, for instance, can take less than a year to build. And I have been opportuned to visit some wind farms in Uganda. About 4 or 5 years ago, I was in Uganda in some of the villages. I can't really remember the names of the villages, but they have wind farms there in Uganda. And it's really helping the SMEs, that is the small medium entrepreneurship of Uganda. the young people who are into small businesses, they make good use of the wind farms. Also, the smaller capacity of renewable energy plants allows them more easily to match incremental changes in the load growth of energy and to meet the requirements of small load energy centers. The major alternative energy resources abundant throughout the African continent, such as solar, can be, they are very affordable. And this makes me to be in consonance with the Sustainable Development Goal 7, which says we need to have access to affordable, clean energy. So sustainability of the environment through appropriate resource management is also very, very key. And I have a slogan that if you are not ready to do anything to your environment, to sustain your environment and protect your environment, just try and plant a tree. Try and plant a tree. Plant a tree and protect your environment. The energy that comes from planting a tree would give us oxygen, and it will mop up the carbon dioxide in the environment. It's great energy. We can always do this. I have a young lad in Pretoria in South Africa. His name is Prince Adetokunbo Obilano. He loves to be green. The day I gave him a solar reading lamp, he told me that was the best day of his life. And you can see with passion the way he doesn't want to part from the solar energy lamp. Let me ask a question. We all have our mobile phones. We can't even do without our mobile phones. If I ask, out of all of us in this conference, how many of us have any form of green device, like a solar power bank to charge your phones when you are in the rural area or where there is no electricity supply? How many of us have solar reading lamps to use in the night, at least to read our Bibles or to do our assignments without putting on the whole electricity from the national grid, thereby reducing the carbon emission in the environment? So this takes me to economic sustainability through infrastructure and service development that keeps affordability firmly to the front because of the disadvantaged rural populations. How many of us think of doing something in our rural community to improve the earning powers of the rural dwellers? Let's take social sustainability through ensuring that the poor benefit and that women's incomes and concerns, and the youth too, are taken good care of. And even the children's rights are all appreciated and supported in the community. How many of us would go into, supporting these, different rights of different categories in the society by even teaching them about the green energy, how it will benefit their lives? And then let's look at administrative sustainability. through ensuring that there is administrative capacity for green implementation in our community, and that this will be maintained or increased over time. For the purpose of this discussion, necessity of renewable energy in Africa, sustainable energy in African countries, I want to consider that all hands of all the stakeholders should be on deck in Africa as a continent to review, renewable energy policies. We need to review all our renewable energy policies and see how far these policies are meeting up to the challenges of sustainability in our various countries in Africa. For example, Nigeria has adequate solar radiation that can be utilized for power generation. The highest daily solar radiation is about 7 kilowatts per hour. But we are not making good use of this potential. And the government is not listening to stakeholders in the renewable energy sector, but we are pushing on. I would like to do some research highlights for us here so that in all our communities, we can look into the research highlights and see how we can be relevant. Number one, expansion of electricity access through renewable energy in sub-Saharan Africa. We need to look at it because the development of sustainable renewable energy should become a priority. Because when it becomes a priority, we have low carbon options. We need to also look into the research of grid supply. Let's go off grid in Africa, particularly in the rural communities, by using sustainable green devices. This suggests that we should focus on decarbonizing centralized supplies in Africa. Before I conclude, I would like us to look into the establishment of community-based organizations in rural communities of Africa. CBOs are special purpose vehicles established to provide value addition directly to the rural people of Africa at the core grassroots level. It is conceptualized to be the most innovative way of understanding a community's basic needs, like supply of electricity, planning and preferring solutions to those needs through the mechanism of the sponsorship of various organizations, particularly when PRAKIS is talking about education. We need to educate ourselves about green development value chain for sustainability. The objectives would be to position and develop awareness of the federal, state, and community government areas and rural community development initiatives in African rural communities. Another objective will be to establish community-based business hubs in the rural communities of Africa, in the African entrepreneurial value chain, so that even rural, dwellers would know what after African continental trade, agency is all about, and make good use of it. we need to know that through the CBOs, it becomes an established tool to promote and create awareness in the green energy and renewable energy intervention. It is also to promote community development, empowerment, education, and entrepreneurship in green growth. The last but not the least is to create networks for rural urban communities for sustainable increase in the earning power of the rural dwellers and their local business communities. And the benefits are enormous. The benefits are, resonating. It bridges the gap of interaction between the government, stakeholders, and all rural communities of Africa. The democratic dividend will be assessed directly by the rural dwellers themselves in the communities, because with solar energy, they can have solar water system for irrigation, for example, in the agricultural communities. They will have illumination. They will be able to do their businesses. There will be reduction of crime because there will be security. And then there will be reduction of unemployment. There will be reduction of homelessness. And there will be reduction in urban drift, in the African continent. Of course, with green growth, there will be improved health, there will be improved education, and improved entrepreneurial skills, among others. So for me, I can go on to say more and more and more and more, but let me conclude because of essence of time. Africa is facing a serious energy crisis. This is ironically not due to lack of energy resources, because Africa has energy resources everywhere. All African countries have energy resources. This is ironically not due to lack of the energy resources, but rather the poor state of infrastructural support from the government and from stakeholders, and also lack of appropriate technology to harness these energy resources, especially the renewable energy resources. This is coming at a time when world attention is focused more on economic growth rather than renewable energy and green growth. And trade liberalization under an aggressive globalization drive is, essential. And that's why I'm so proud of PRAKIS International for bringing forth this conference and for all of us all over Africa to come and rub minds. For Africa not to be left out in the dispensation of renewable energy and green growth. Its energy needs must be addressed with an utmost sense of urgency and with innovation, with digitalization. We need to address the energy needs of Africa in such a manner that we have to be very aggressive about it. And that is why I would say, PRAKIS, I am very proud to be one of your member of directors, and I am very happy to have been able to say one or two things on the necessity of sustainable energy for Africa through renewable energy sources. Let's go green. Let's be energy efficient. Let's be energy sufficient and energy efficient. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the presentation. We really appreciate your contribution to this program. Thank you so much, ma'am. Because of our time, we are going to move to the last presenter for today so that we'll have enough time for questioning and answer. After the last presentation by Dr. Zulani Majola, we will then quickly start to take questions. But while Dr. Zulani Majola is making the presentation, we would like also that you can take advantage of the chat section, post in your question as much as possible, so so that all the presenters will have the opportunity to go through them and see which question is meant for which presenter. They can have that opportunity to prepare for responding to your questions. So right now we'll move to the last presenter for the day, for the second day of this program, from Dr. Zulani Majola. Dr. Zulani Majola is a lecturer at the University of South Africa in the College of sorry about that. I missed something now. Okay, in the College of Education, Department of Curriculum and Instructional Service, Curriculum and Instructional Services, School of Teacher Education. He joined the University of South Africa in 2019. Dr. Zulani Majola Mofat presented paper at the Sarah Conference, presented in an e-portfolio for the UNESCO 2023 research webinar series, and co-authored published articles in the national and international journals. His research interests include formative assessment, online assessment, e-portfolio, and teaching business studies. Please join me to welcome Dr. Zulani Majola for his presentation. Doctor, you now have the stage. You are welcome, sir.
Good day, colleagues. You will say good day then. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Doctor. Okay. We can hear you.
All right. Thank you so much. Greetings to the program director. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Dr. Obilane, for giving me this opportunity, even though I'm not sure how this is done. My presentation is focusing on, the inclusion of digital devices and technology into African education curriculum for sustainable development. I know it's very long and it has so many, the topic has so many things that we want to talk about. But when we spoke with Dr. Obilane, we spoke about the issue of the digital divide. That is, we can all see, especially for people who are working in an online space, it is affecting a lot of people, especially the students, those that come from poor backgrounds, such as rural areas or locations that did not go to private schools. That's where I'm coming from with this presentation. My background is based on that issue that we have students, we have learners that are disadvantaged because of the lack of skills. And then the question is, how can we resolve that problem? Then we are thinking maybe that if we include these technological tools and subjects into a curriculum, then we have a better chance of improving our countries and improving our communities, improving our people that are living in this country being affected by the lack of skills. I wanted to share my screen. I'm not sure whether it's going to show on your side.
Yes, we can have your screen. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay. So I was just talking about the topic that is the inclusion of digital devices and technology into African education curriculum for sustainable development. Then let's look at the background of my presentation. I'm just going to focus on the factors that contribute towards exclusion, as I've said, such as the digital divide, lack of digital devices and skills, as well as technology. When you look at the African Union Agenda 2063, it talks about an African Common Position on post-2015 development agenda, which identified science, technology, and innovation as key pillars of Africa's development. So that means we need to adopt this because it's going to have a positive impact on the development of African countries. Then my presentation will further suggest the importance of including digital skills in education or school curriculum, maybe to be specific. I also look at another article published by Saifuddin Gala in April 28, 2023, which talks about the lack of digital skills. They say the lack of digital skills concerns a large share of African population. In 2019, the adoption rate of the skills stood at only 10% in Mozambique and 20% in Cote d'Ivoire, meaning that most people were not able to use digital devices and applications, no access to the internet. Those are other issues. That means if countries are not adopting it, which is very low. However, digital literacy inequalities are forecast to increase. For instance, they will reach 55% of the population in Kenya by 2030, up from 30% in 2019. These are just the stats that we need to look at them when we think about how we can improve or include technology, or why we should include technology. When you look at Steve Kazimugawa, acting chief economist and vice president of AFDB, noted that adequate accumulation of skills, technology, and competences for innovation is key to Africa's transformation. So that means everyone must be skilled, must be capacitated, must be taught how to use, must have a qualification or competency to use technology. He pointed out that though most governments recognize the importance of knowledge generation and innovation, implementation of strategies to address the skills deficit in areas that are critical for realization of goal of strategies is still lacking. It's something that we need more conversation and more push in terms of pushing government to transform their curriculum, transform their education policies, transform their decision-making. What I've seen is that there is a lack of or inadequate technology knowledge or skills in underdeveloped and developing countries. That is us, most of the cases. The digital divide is an issue faced by learners mostly from underdeveloped and developing countries. Like, let's see, in South Africa, we have private schools with former Model C schools, which can teach learners from lower grades about computers and technology. While public schools are unable to teach about computers, two, they don't have these devices. When you go to rural areas, they struggle with a book. Learners are sharing a book. So when are we going to reach that point of saying now, let them share digital devices? The learners from poor backgrounds will be excluded from participating in different sectors such as education and the economy due to the lack of technical devices and skills. Why they will be excluded? Because they don't have the skills, therefore they cannot be able to work in those fields that require such skills. We'll talk about another survey that has been done by different universities and different companies about the issue of skills and how is it affecting their businesses. Another thing that I've observed, while working in an online university, I observed that the performance of students studying via online education is affected by poor internet connection, lack of digital skills, the unavailability of technological tools. We have students that cannot be able to, that do not have laptops. They struggle with connection. They struggle with working on the learning management system for the university. You find a student miss their assignment or be declared as in that did not submit because the student submitted a blank page, or the student took a picture of the assignment, and when it was uploading, it just got corrupted, and then that assignment is out. Then the next question we should ask ourselves, what is digital divide? Van Dijk 2017 described it as a situation where there are people, or the gap between people who do and do not have access to forms of information and communication technology. They do not have laptops, they have no access to internet, others do not have cell phones, digital hardware and software. Yes, if you don't have a computer, that means you don't have access to softwares. This digital divide is noticeable in rural areas and is perpetuated by the lack of connectivity. They struggle to meet the obligations of the institution. Most of the students who are studying in the online universities. Two, the lack of access and promotion are the biggest technology-related problems for learners, according to OLSEC. It's either that where they come from, there's no infrastructure. So this student, according to Zarfolo and Dara 2019, there's a risk of, when they join the university, they will be assessed more on technological knowledge than their skills. We all went to the university. You know, when you join university, then they start saying the assignment must be typed. Your assignment, you must do research. So now it's not about what you know, it's about how can you use the resources available to you to show us that you know. So in this regard, the study conducted by OSA report that other students, when they submit their assignments, certain things are missing. Another reason for this digital divide, the lack of resources, locations, geographical and demographics, income, education, gender, ethnicity, all of which were emphasized and shown to correlate to physical access. In other countries, we see, most African countries, we struggle with these issues of gender, age, issues of low income levels. So it is argued that the problem with digital divide is that we all know about it and how it affects us, but we tend to ignore them. You go to a university or you work in a university, and then they say, students must do assignments online. But nothing has been done to prepare them to work online. Yet we know that where they come from, not all our students can be able to work online. Some of them cannot, they've never worked in a computer. But we expect them to work and do assessment and do everything online. I'm just giving a background of why it is important for us to include digital tools and technology in our curriculum from lower levels of education. Inequality contributes to digital divide because the group with resources try to appropriate the technology first, hoards its opportunities, and reinforces its position about another category. That is the problem we have with our politicians. I'm not going to that sphere of politicians, but that's another problem that we have that contributes to the digital divide. COVID-19 exposed a lot of inequalities and challenges. Schools, they had to transition from face-to-face or contact to online. That transition, it became a big problem. There are students without proper facilities and the infrastructure. Onyema et al. 2020 talks about that. It was a big challenge. Teachers now, they had to use social media, WhatsApp. Parents now, they had to learn how to use WhatsApp for learning to assist their kids with their homeworks. Another issue that we are facing with is the issue of digital devices and technology. We spoke about the lack of infrastructure, inequalities, and all other issues. COVID-19 forced everyone to move from face-to-face to online. So due to the changes in learning procedure, move from correspondence to blended, then online education, there's a demand for information and communication technologies. The institutions of learning, such as the Department of Education across Africa, have the responsibility of facilitating the use of technology for teaching and learning, and ensuring that content is available for learners via ebooks, e-learning platforms, business plan softwares, and market research to learn the subject and or the modules. That is according to Jabotic and Demo 2015. Another issue now, these materials, they must be available in the free online learning materials, such as the OER, Open Education Resources. Because if we don't do that, we're going to have a problem now. It's like, okay, the business studies grade 10 material is available online. But if they must pay for it, that means now you are depriving the learner that is coming from a poor background to access that material. So we also have that responsibility again of making it free so that everyone can access it. Because the issue here, we need to include, we don't want to deprive anyone. Everyone must have access. Why do we need all these things? One, to enhance and improve learning because technology has become a means of interaction or mediation between teachers, learners. They can be facilitated by wikis, blogs, social media, mobile application, virtual world, and learning management systems. Your Blackboard, your Moodle, that can be used to facilitate online learning. But we are not saying they need schools or Department of Education must go for an advance. They must look for the basics. As we said, there are OERs, which are open education resources, which are free, which can be accessed by everyone. And we can also use social media, because most people now use social media. Then we need to find a way of using it for learning effectively, not thinking that, okay, we're just going to use it for assessment to remind the learners or parents that there's an assessment. Let's use it effectively now for teaching and learning. Two, digital technology enables learners to create, share, and use information. If you are a teacher and then you say you want the learners to do a group work, they can use social media to coordinate the group work, their activities, and discuss any topic that you give them as a group. Or they can also share the information. So technology is good in that sense because it offers the learners these opportunities. It also facilitates teaching and learning. It provides platform for sharing experiences in various contexts, PowerPoint presentation, assignment tasks, group discussion, reflection notes, and peer evaluation. So that means we need to find ways so that we can be able to do all these things and move from doing things in a manner that is depriving certain group of people. Because the issues I've said at the beginning, it's not that the curriculum that they are doing now is not giving them the skills, but the issue is the world is moving, or the world has moved to a digital space. And if our societies are not moving with the world, they will be left behind. And then these inequalities will always be, or the gap is going to continue widening, of having those who have more resources and those who do not have the resources. And then you find a situation that those who do not have are being excluded in serious or important aspects of the economy of their countries. For them to do that, we need skills. According to the survey, 2021 ICT Skills Survey, there remains a chronic shortage of all types of ICT skills required to help South African organizations succeed in digital economy. And this is propelled by the lack of education. Therefore, we need the Department of Education to be involved and ensure that these ICT skills, this gap, they try to close it or narrow it so that the organization, the companies can be able to fulfill or fill any gaps available in their businesses. Another survey carried out by the Wits University Joburg Center for Software Engineering in partnership with the Institute of Information and Technology Professionals South Africa found that significant digital skills gaps persist. So that means there's no solution. That means this gap is not closing. This gap is continuing. Even though now we know that there's a gap, but it's continuing. Why it is continuing? I've read that the future is still about the foundations. We need to have ICT subject. The curriculum must be transformed. It mustn't talk about, it must talk only about the history, geography, accounting, business studies, maths, and what. It must also include ICT subjects, that's one. They must be compulsory, this subject. Two, they must provide digital devices. They must capacitate teachers to use these digital devices for teaching and learning. Therefore, the use of digital devices requires high quality online learning communities that include strong teaching methods as well as social presence. So that means teachers must be taught how to use ICT tools. So universities have a responsibility to teach students how to teach using digital tools. So that means they must give them the skills so that when they go out and be able to teach, then the Department of Education must provide the tools so that the teachers can use them and capacitate the learners. Why it is important to have these devices and technology in our education? I've listed a few things that I've come across which will have a positive impact on the learners from primary school or kindergarten or pre-primary school to university or college. We have online platforms, and they are very important in supporting inclusive education and online learning. By this inclusive education, I'm talking about learners with barriers to learning. We can use online platforms to assist them. So if the schools can provide these tools, it's not only going to teach learners how to use technology, but it's also going to assist those who are excluded because of physical disabilities or any other form of disability. And any person who's unable to access education due to physical address or location, there's online learning. So these online platforms can minimize that. Two, the digital technologies facilitate efficient and reliable delivery of content through visual classrooms and instructional materials, as well as activities via the internet. So that means now we need to come up with different ways of creating these visual classrooms or creating learning materials that students can access via internet and design assessment activities that they can do via internet. By doing that, we'll be equipping them how to work or do their activities via the internet. Three, access to technology is achieved by learning skills and competencies needed for digital access. So if we want to say we want to close that gap, skills gap, we need to teach them how to use technology. We need to teach them how to operate these tools. For the digital form of learning and assessment increases engagement in an online learning environment. We all speak about the issue that learners or the new generation or Generation Z is more on their cell phones, they're not paying attention. So that means for us to reach them, we need to create material that can be accessed through their cell phones. So they must become the teaching tool or content delivery tool instead of saying they are wasting their time on social media. Let's use social media to force them to do their activities. SIGA 2020 argues that during the interaction with technology, children can acquire knowledge autonomously and control the learning process. That is a very critical skill, self-directed learning or self-regulated learning. We need to come up with people who will be able to work on their own. We need to create people who will be able to take responsibility and do their work without being forced to do their work. Now we had coronavirus, but life will continue. For people to earn a salary, companies force them to work from home. If you were not self-directed, you're going to lose your job. And this thing, even though other companies are going back to their working spaces, but others are continuing with working from home. So that means working from home is not stopping now, it's continuing. And when you look at people people in Canada, they tell you that I'm looking for a house where I can work from home. I'm looking for an area where I can work from home, because it's a big thing now, people working from home. But that cannot be done by a person who has not been taught to be self-regulated. Therefore, what we teach now at schools, we need to come up with ways of teaching learners to be self-directed. Okay? The use of technology encourages learners to learn independently. Therefore, when we use technology, we force them to work on their own, to learn how to use technology on their own, and take responsibility for their studies, particularly in an open distance learning, e-learning environment. Now we have online schools, but I don't want to talk about the online schools, because online schools are still for the rich, not for the poor. Knowledge exists in networks and can be stored in various digital formats. So that means now the Department of Education for any country need to acknowledge that learners can not only learn from the textbook or from the learner's book, they can get information anywhere on the digital formats, and they must see learning as a network phenomenon that is influenced by technology and socialization. That means learners can work together as a group and through a particular platform and do the activities and discuss the topic. This thing, it enables connection with peers. Not that the learners, they only meet in the classroom. Now they can meet even outside the classroom without leaving their physical location, using digital platforms. And that means learners can help each other. When you look at the economy, the businesses, in a business, you need to work in a synergy. You need to work as a team. That culture needs to be taught from school. Because if you struggle to do that, you are not taught how to work as a team. You struggle in the workplace and you feel isolated. But these skills must be taught from the foundation. Lastly, I've looked at what Professor Barry Olaski, Director of JCSE and report co-author said. If there is any profession that should lend itself well to making the digital transformation of the workplace possible and dealing it with comfortable, it is the ICT community. So we need these people with ICT skills to come together and provide us with skills that we need in order to transform our education or our curriculum. On that note, I would like to say thank you. I'm not sure whether I was too long or was too short.
Thank you, Doctor. That's a very nice presentation from you. We really appreciate that contribution that you have made to the program. Thank you so much. Technology has taken over right now. Without a doubt, it is inevitable. It's not something that we can avoid because it's already around us. I've seen some question for you from Kitumese. She posed a question, and there's a question also she took away. I don't know why she took that question away. She was talking about a good point there, Doctor. But unfortunately, when it comes to technology in our African schools, most often than not, learners are even more advanced than their teachers. I don't know if you want to respond to that. There's another question she asked. I was asked that question, if I can get that correctly. She said, at what age should we introduce
Why are you breaking?
Yes, I guess it's the network. Maybe your answer is
okay. That is very true. The issue of learners even more advanced than teachers. That means because they can learn from each other, they learn by doing. Let me give you a silly example. There's a 2-year-old in your house, and that 2-year-old is able to operate the cell phone. There's a game in the cell phone that I didn't know where it's come from until I got a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old in my house. They play that game. When you give them a cell phone, you switch off the data. They cannot access internet. But there's a game there which we can play when you do not have data. And they know how to play it. So this thing, I'm just saying, kids can be able, they teach themselves about these technology tools. I do agree that you find that learners are even more advanced than teachers. Another reality is that other learners are from good backgrounds or good homes with more resources than me as a teacher. You know, in school, you find that there's a learner who's from a household of business owners or doctors. They provide the resources that I've never met, I've never used before. Another question was, when is it's appropriate to introduce technology to the children? I say from foundation phase. Let them learn about it from the foundation phase. Because if by the time you teach them at grade 10, they will have missed a lot of things, very important things. So my suggestion is that let them be introduced to technology at the early age. Foundation phase, schools must teach. They can, let me give you another example. I was supervising a student teacher in a school. I think that school is a private school, it's a Muslim school. The teacher was struggling to use the TV that is designed for teaching. That TV had programs for maths. You know what? The grade 4 learner stood up and said, "Ma'am, let me show you how you do it." Seconds, then the video was there. The learners were learning. So we don't have any option. Let's teach them from the foundation so that they grow up with these things.
Thank you very much, Dr. Majola, and thank you for the beautiful response. I believe Mem Kitumete is satisfied and answered. Okay, I can see the thumbs up. Thank you very much. Is there any other question that anybody might want to ask, maybe from the previous speakers as well? If there's any questions that you might want to ask. Unfortunately, that is what we are saying, because the technology I've got is prone and coin. Our program director has been logged out through the technology as well. And Dr. Majola, I want to find out, yes, the technology, it has got its advantages and disadvantages. And like you said the best time for the children to be introduced to technology should be in the early age. Now, how do parents control that? Because you find out that these children are exposed to a lot of apps that we, even the parents, we don't know. They interact with them. We've seen where some kids are being recruited into some organizations that are dangerous even to parents, not to talk of kids. So what should be done, and how should the technology be designed? Should it only be designed to enhance their teaching and learning, or how should it be designed? Thank you.
No, I thank you, Dr. Oblane. Prince, I like the issue there. There are two things we need to look at. Number one, as parents, we need to learn. I'm not sure whether we need to relearn or we need to learn how to operate these things, how to protect kids. There's cyberbullying, there are criminals. You hear that a person has been hacked via internet to the point that a person killed him or herself. You need to ask yourself, how does that happen? How possible is that? So those things are possible. And when we adopt these strategies, we need to teach learners, teach our kids about advantages and disadvantages. That's one. Two, we need to protect them. For instance, we multi-choice these DSTV things, there's parental control, where you know there are channels that play certain things that are not appropriate to a particular age. Then you need to control, put a password on those things. You know what I'm saying? You need to learn as a parent. That's why I'm saying university have a responsibility to teach the student teachers how to use these things so that they're able to teach learners at school dangers and benefits of using that, of using that technology. So we need to have a way of protecting ourselves from the internet. Protect your learner, your kids from the internet. That's it's a very dangerous space. And kids can be exposed into very dangerous things via the internet, let alone the social media. It starts from then social media. When we need to have rules about these things, but we need to protect, we need to educate ourselves and educate them about these things. That's my contribution tonight.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the answers. I could see the hands of our Honorable Chief Justice. Honorable, the platform is yours, sir. Justice Pragbele. Your mic is muted, sir. Honorable Justice Emmanuel Fagbemi, sir. Okay. While we wait, while we wait for him, if the mic has allowed him to speak, let me quickly hand over the phone to Mem Kitumete for announcements, in case there's no any other person wants to raise a question or ask a question.
Okay. I think there's another question. I'm seeing it on the platform chat. Maybe perhaps Dr. Majola can attend to it by Dr. Zipporah Michela. She said, thank you, Dr. Majola, for the very insightful presentation. I would like to find out if universities like e-learning ones have the capacity to teach teachers on how to be able to use tech devices as teaching tools. May I, by speaking to my question for comprehensive clarity? So I think perhaps Dr. Majola would be in the position to answer that. Thank you.
Yes, yes, thank you. I understand the question clearly. If I'm not, then you can correct me, Zipporah. Well, I think you were asking that the university, like e-learnings ones, have the capacity to teach teachers on how to be able to use these devices as technology, as teaching tools. Yes, they do. But it depends on the structure of that particular university. And I think what I've observed is that university, they just generalize. That just because you are studying in an e-learning university, therefore you can do 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we need a proper study that would tell us that in this university, we have students who are beginners, or we have students who have never touched a laptop, who have never accessed the internet. Therefore, so that when we design modules to satisfy the needs of those particular students. They have the capacity to teach, but I think they do not have proper information or information that tells them that what type of students that they have. Let me give you an example of the university in Canada. I think it is UTabaska or Athabasca, something like that. It's a fully online university. And Canada is one of those countries, therefore, they are developed countries. If not 100% of their students or 95% of them, they can be able to use computers. But in our country, let me go back to South Africa. If you take students to an online university, you find that more than 50% of them have never used laptop for learning. So that suggests that we cannot benchmark by UTabaska and say because UTabaska is an online university, therefore we do what they're doing. We need to do what they're doing in our own way and catering the context, our own context. All I'm trying to say is that they can teach teachers to use these tools for learning. We can design a module that talks about certain tools for teaching and learning and how to use them. We can also demonstrate that in an online classroom. So this is how you should do it. If we're saying learners or student teachers can teach using online devices, therefore we must demonstrate as lecturers, demonstrate how to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for that. I'm sorry, my internet fluctuated, so I had to reconnect. I must have missed some vital points, but let's give Dr. Fagbin. Sorry, I think that's I don't know who's next. Should we bring on?
Sorry, moderator. I think as Chief Justice who raised his hand first earlier on, maybe he was having a problem of unmuting his mic. So maybe if we can check on him.
So
yeah, and then Dr. Zipporah. Although we are about to
wrap up,
move
to Dr. Zipporah.
I am available, sir.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you. Go ahead with your question. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Ma, for protecting my interest. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. You are doing a lot of good job. I appreciate your efforts. But after this one, you are going to enroll in my school, where you are going to learn about African names and their symphony. That's on the lighter mood. I want to appreciate Doctor for his presentation. And from all of us listening to him, we know that the world is going towards core science, technology, data world, ICT. Now, we know that we are far behind in most of the things. And yes, this morning, somebody just commented that you enter into a lot of classes where even the students know more than their teachers. A problem. Yesterday, our brother from talking about, I think Finland was talking to us about teachers bullying some students, at least to cover their ignorance or shortcomings. Another problem. And this morning we've heard about budgeting. where sometimes they are even reluctant to allocate enough resources for the things we need to transform education. And when you hear some figures, you know that they are not going to cash back it. So at the end of the day, a world of a difference between what is provided for and what is actually made available. Now, my questions are going to be interlinked. Number one, how do we ensure that we are not going into another area of slavery by entering into a field in which we are less prepared and we are not ready to match up with those who are far ahead of us, and they will use it as an inroad to cage us again? Number one. Number two, how do we persuade our leaders to come to terms with the reality that in the global world of today, if technology is going to be part and parcel of the thing that we need to advance and to be who we need to be, that enough funding and enough cash backing of budget provisions, good supervision, and provision of the right tools, the right material, the right teachers that can transform the life of the leaders of tomorrow, that can help us to have the kind of Africa that we are all struggling and praying for. How do we achieve that mandate? And finally, now that we have listened to ourselves and we know that our approach is multifaceted, how do we come to terms with the fact that, like PRAKIS actually identified, when it comes to the African nation, each nation seems to be incompetent, incapable of fighting the battle on its own. And so fighting together will give us an advantage. So much so that if we need to invest in space materials, let's group our monies together, provide satellite into space that can give us the kind of connectivity and consistency and quality that we need. The moderator just said, oh, I think I must have missed something because my system failed. Of course, my system failed yesterday. I couldn't even join until much later. And some other people had the same problem too. So if we have an epileptic system that is going to be the anchor of a program that can turn us around, how far can we actually go? And what can we do to address it headlong in a collaborative way? These are my few thoughts. Thank you, sir.
Okay, can Doctor now respond to the question? Thank you, sir.
Sorry, I was struggling with the laptop. Can I respond to the issue of, start with the issue of what I've seen in our countries, the politicians, the willingness to transform is not satisfying, to say it's not satisfying. Therefore, we need to come up with different ways. Let me talk about academics. They need to come up with, academics, the business people, come up with different ways of convincing the politicians to take decisions that are moving towards this direction that we think it's going to have a positive impact in the economy, in the communities, in the country as a whole. So that means we need thorough research so that when we come up with decisions, they're being supported by findings, evidence that in this particular country, people are unable to compete because of 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's talk about this issue now that is going around of reading and writing, that other countries' learners at a particular age are struggling to read with comprehension. Where is the problem? I've listened to people talking about this thing on TV, but they're not talking about the solutions. Where is the problem? Why are we having all these things? That's my contribution on that. We need to come up with, we need to do thorough research, provide evidence, findings to support our decision that we need this to happen because this is how it's going to contribute towards our countries. Can you please remind me another question? I was struggling somehow.
One of the questions talks about how do we avoid being enslaved for not having.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you please elaborate a bit? I didn't get it properly.
Okay, for us, in order for us, because we are not fully prepared for what we want to adopt, the system we want to adopt, because now we are trying to copy from those who have the technology working for them. Now, are we really prepared? If we are not fully prepared, how do we avoid being enslaved the second time, going into a project where we don't know where we are going to end up? So that is that question, if I can get it correctly, because I'm just paraphrasing.
And the last one, sorry, sir, the last one I also added is, if for any reason we realize truly to us that we cannot go it alone, are we ready? Are we ready to work together, collaborate together, and team our resources together and send materials, equipment into space that can give us the quality thing that can help us to train and to apply and to match up with the challenges that we're going to face in the.
Yes, I get it. Let me say, with the issue of collaboration, it's very good, and it's also dangerous. We know that that's what we are experiencing in our in our African countries, that the moment we ask for help, those who have the resources, they find an opportunity to exploit. So the solution to all of that, for me, it's learning. We need to learn and teach ourselves these things and technology so that we capacite ourselves so that we're going to be ready and we can be able to identify when we are being exploited or when a person is taking advantage of our lack of knowledge. With learning, I think that's the only option we have. And with policies of government, we can be protected. Because there's an my battery is very low now. We are going to suffer the same fate, because if we don't get these proper skills that are going to help us to compete, as you have said, that there's no use of us comparing ourselves with other big countries and universities and schools if we do not have the skills that those countries can exploit us, and then we, as I've said, we can become slaves for those countries, because they say, yes, if you want my help, pay this or do this. And then at the end of the day, you don't get the proper skills. As I said, everything now, it needs a thorough research. Let's collect more information, proper information as we can, so that we can be able to, when we make decisions, okay, we go for this, because we're not going to be able to do everything and learn everything. We need to identify those skills that we need in our country and step by step and decide, okay, this one, we start with this one, prioritize, identify the most needed skills, and then the one that we can afford to learn. Because the issue now, if we go outside and ask for help, then we get exploited, and then we start losing the importance of what we were trying to do. I see a question that says, on e-learning particular residual assessment, are this kind of assessment reliable? It's a big question. The reliability, it's a big concern, but there are tools that can be used to protect the integrity of assessment. But it's still a big concern. The integrity is still a big concern. I get that one, Prince, that we need to find, there are tools, like when you write in an online exam, there is a tool that can invigilate while you are writing. And that tool can record any conversation taking place. That tool can be able to identify the distance between two students. If they're writing a close proximity, it can identify and report that this student and this student were writing in a close proximity. That gives the chances of cheating. So it's the matter of doing a thorough research that if you want to do online assessment, what tools do we need? How do we protect ourselves? How do we conduct this assessment? What opportunities students or learners can take and do things that is going to affect the integrity of assessment? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for the response. I'm not sure if is satisfied with your response to the question, but I will take this to mean that they are okay, they are fine by that response. Then let's move to the next person we have. For our time and for other people who may want to have other programs, I'm looking at if we have any participant who wants to make contribution, can we make it very brief so that we have enough time for response from the presenters. We now let us take Dr. Zipporah for our question. Thank you, ma'am. You now have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I'm really going to try to be straight to the point. Thank you, Dr. Majola, for responding to my question that I put on the chat, especially the point that you alluded to, that but it depends much as the universities have got, should be entrusted with the task of teaching teachers to be able to teach their learners in as far as usage of the technological devices is concerned, but it depends on the structure of the university. I'm sure time did not permit you to, just to educate some of us on the structure, that what do you actually mean by the structure of the university. However, my gut feelings tells me that you could be referring to the demographics of the universities themselves, because from my little knowledge, having taught in an e-learning institution, the same as where you are, that even some lecturers themselves are not having a clue on how to use these technological devices. So the question would be, how can the university also be sure that the very same people that are entrusted with the task of teaching teachers, can be trusted? That's another a loophole or shortcoming. I would just bring a very practical example that maybe in South Africa in particular, people might be wondering that why our present Minister of Basic Education has been in that post for 3 terms or something. Okay, apart from her being a political appointee and whatever, But the secret, I can tell you, she was my next door neighbor at the university where I went to when I was still very, very young. And it was a teacher training college, whereby the unfortunate state of affairs in South Africa, what happened when the merger happened is that that minister, who is no more in this life, came with an idea of merging and closing all the teacher training colleges. As it is now, the minister can tell you, she knows very well that why is she such a brilliant a minister of education, because she knew the art of separating teaching and training. So the problem with some of the universities, especially the e-learning universities, took upon themselves a trust of being greedy, of taking the task of teacher trainings, institutions of training teachers. And I don't know, teacher/training. I can tell you there are some countries, I've said that over and over about, if you have been in any forum where I have presented, especially as a keynote speaker, that there are other countries in this world, in spite of that particular institution being said a global institution, la, 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 there are other countries who do not even want to hire a teacher who has been trained, who has been taught from or trained from that university. So it's semantics for another time, that are we talking teaching or training? And the other thing, I think I concur with our Honorable Chief Justice by the question that he posed, that are we ready in Africa in particular, because of the very same issues that I refer to of unlearned lecturers, not uneducated lecturers. They are educated, but are they learned in these, devices, blah, 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 blah. One of my mentor used to say, the problem with us in Africa, when we are talking development, transformation and all that, it's like somebody is putting a gun on our head and say, you do it, or you jump, and you ask how high, without even being critical of the implications of all these new concepts that we're coming with and all that. I think in Africa, whenever we have these new things that are said to be for development, God knows who came up with the concept of development, who coined it. We never ask such kind of questions. I think we need to come to a point of asking hard and very deep questions without just accepting things wholesale. That who are the programmers? Who are the designers of these devices? The content, who has loaded it? And then what implication is it going to have to a 3-year-old child? And there comes the issue of learning, of teaching, of learning and teaching. I call it LOL, language of learning and teaching, which is never entertained in these called technological devices. That's why we are seeing the very same issue that you alluded to, my honorable presenter, that we see some people using technology and at the end they've committed suicide. It's all because of the violence of science, which I'm going to talk about it in my presentation, that I'm perturbed. I'm perturbed by the presentations in the conferences, not here, in the academic conferences. That's why somebody said, you know what, I don't think I would like to go to conferences anymore, because conferences are there just to bring in new ideas and then after that. But we are in a very critical moment in Africa in particular, that we cannot really sit here and entertain new concepts of Europe that have run out of ideas. I can tell you, Europe have run out of ideas. They will bring out something and then we jump without even being critical about it. I concur. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that contribution. We are moving again. Doctor, you want to respond to that? I don't know. Let me ask if you want to respond to that. Dr. Majola. Dr. Majola, you want to respond to that?
No, nothing for now, because my battery went off. So I'm trying to connect by the phone now. I didn't get anything.
Okay, sorry. Let's move. She actually made the contribution. I don't know, maybe since you missed that, let's move ahead to the last question. The last question is coming from Dr. Oyenike. Dr. Oyenike, can we please have you now? Doctor is
well, thank you very much, Good afternoon, everybody, or good day, depending on where you are. I just want to make some comments, especially when it comes to technology and technology transfer. And I've always said to people that nobody's going to hand you their technology on a platter of gold. And so you either take it, you modify it, you know, or you are, by adapting it to your own culture and needs, and use it as appropriate. So, for example, if you look at China, I don't want to use the word stole, but they took German technology, broke it down, and reassembled them to meet the needs of their people and even export. They modified them, and that's why technology is fluid. So coming back to Africa, there is the need for us to identify the exact things we need, for our people, for education, for agri, for other areas, but we first need to identify the technologies that will be useful to our people, and then we modify it to suit them. So what might be acceptable or useful in South Africa might not necessarily be useful in Nigeria, depending on what we are talking about. Of course, a lot of them, especially when it comes to education, can cut across borders. So that's the first point I would like to make, the fact that we should not think we should take everything in total, what obtains in other climes. So that's the first thing. The second thing is this conference is so powerful that I'm hoping that people can see beyond the individual topics and we can merge topics together. For example, when we talk about rural development and we're talking about renewable energy, so I would love to see a situation where villages are powered so that the children can not only school, even access e-learning, but it gives them a leeway. So we're talking about this technology. So it's not only the renewable energy that is giving them light, it's also providing them educational opportunities that they might not otherwise have. We're talking about, somebody just asked about assessments. So if you are 500 kilometers away from where you are being assessed, but because you have these technologies that is allowing you to be part of the global world, you are able to access education in a better way. Like a lot of you know, I'm passionate about child labor in Africa. So these are ways that we can actually get these children to be educated, without the logistics. So what do we need to do? We talked about financing education, but I think that we need to look at these interventions, holistically, but also individually. So we start from the villages to the towns, from the towns to the cities, from the cities to regions, and then the countries, and then we go African. In other words, we're putting them in manageable chunks, so that we can achieve better and faster results. I hope my contribution might have added some value to these discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It is really appreciated. We appreciate that contribution from you. I still do not know if doctor wants to respond. Okay. Okay. Doctor, Dr. Majola, you want to respond to that? Or you should
Yes,
just go ahead?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to add something from what she was saying. Saying,
all right, Sam.
Yeah, if we just take anything and just bring it to our countries, they're not going to fit into our own context. Let me give you another example. You find companies moving from being labor intensive and start using technology. And people lose jobs because people are not trained. So that means the company has looked at how are they going to save money and not looking at how is that going to help the country as a whole. So I'm saying we need to do a thorough study and understand our communities and our countries, that in this country, this is what we need currently. Not just because it's working in Australia, therefore we just bring it in Kenya. Then when it's here and then it's not helping us, it's not helping the person from that down there, deep rural area, then it becomes useless in that sense. That is my contribution.
Thank you so much, Doctor. We have another hand raised. We have another question coming from Dr. Makanana. Please forgive me if I don't pronounce it properly. Please, you have the floor. Go ahead with your question. Doctor is listening.
Thank you so much, Chair. Just to make a correction, it's Miss Makanana Nkwash. Thank you so much to the presenters. Those were wonderful presentations. I just want to make a note of that. From the South African Agency for Science and Technology Advancement. We've been listening to the presentation since yesterday, but I'm afraid yesterday we couldn't respond. But what sparked for me to come in and contribute, it's Dr. Majola's presentation just now, focusing on the digital device, but especially looking at our different setups in the whole of Africa. We have different communities with different economic background, so different social standards. And sometimes it's not easy to say what are the needs of a particular community. And sometimes if there's an organization that wants to come in and assist, it's a bit difficult because they have their own needs that or a goal or an objective that they want to fulfill without looking at that particular communities. So I have a question to say, is it the lack of introducing learners to technology or the lack of the devices available to the learners? Because we know the capabilities of learners and some teachers as well, as much as we can say that, yes, their level of understanding is not the same as that of the learners, but these devices, are they available looking at the African context? And then focusing on the school, that's question number one. Question number two, looking at the schools, is there a study in your universities or anywhere that has checked how many school or what is the percentage of school that has connectivity and what is the status at the moment? Thank you.
Thank you. Can I give a...
Yeah, Doctor, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah,
thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you about that comment. I will start by saying we don't have a clear study that tells us people in a deep rural area in KZN or Limpopo or Eastern Cape, what type of technology do they need? What type of skills do they need? That I will blame on, not to say I'm blaming democracy. I will blame on democracy because it has given us a notion that the politicians knows what we need, therefore must provide us with the correct thing, with the things that we need. We are not taking an initiative as people in our own communities to identify these things. That in this community, what do we need? In this area, what do we know what we need, but we solely rely on the political party that is in power or the politicians that are in power. Two, the issue of the studies. The problem with the studies, when you are in a university, when something is trending, everyone wants to write about it. Corona was trending. Everyone was paying a lot of attention of Corona. They wanted to have articles about Corona, during, post-Corona. How can we teach during Corona? How do we provide education during Corona? The issue with the studies, then certain things are losing their important attention that they deserve. So I'm trying to say, if there are studies, but they are not a lot, and no one is paying attention to those studies in terms of what communities need in their areas. For instance, let me talk about another, I'm working in another community engagement where we're dealing with teachers who are teaching in a multi-grade classroom. Multi-grade policy, it's something that is supposed to be a short term, but it's been 5 years for me working in that situation. Same schools, same principals, same teachers. That means this thing of multi-grade classrooms, it's not going away. So now as people who are working in that community, we need to come up with things that they will help them to teach in the multi-grade classrooms. So I'll just give you an example that the issue now is that we don't pay attention to what exactly is happening because we solely rely on our government and other political leaders to come up with solutions.
Thank you, Doctor. I see Ms. Makanana, she's appreciating for your response. Thank you, sir, for that clarity that you have given. We still have one hand raised. I thought we had the last question. That's from PRAKIS. Please go ahead, sir.
Moderator.
Yes, sir.
I just want to head to the question posted by Mem Nkwashuku, the last speaker, Mem Makanana. She asked a very good question, and I also want to head to it, to the response given by Dr. Kolani Majola. One of the questions she asked, the first question was that, is it the lack of introducing technology to the learners or the non-availability of these devices to the learners? Now, I want to say the problem that we have here are both the lack of introduction of technology to learners. The reason being that we have conducted some research in the rural area. Unfortunately, some of these learners, you find that many people thought that they are not good technologically. They are doing beautiful well than those who are even in the urban. The problem they have is because they were not introduced to this technology, and as well, the non-availability of the devices that they are supposed to be made use of. Hence, some of them improvise. That is where indigenous knowledge system comes in. During science expo, science competitions, and what have you, if you go to the rural area, you will see some of the beautiful things that are displayed are being done by these learners. The issue is that if these learners are enhanced, if they are provided and supported with technological materials, they will do beautiful and better off than learners in the urban area. And that is one of the reasons that PRAKIS have taken it upon itself to support the learners that are really coming from the rural area. I was a teacher for many years, Arts or Sciences. I was posted to the rural area where our learners smoke ganja as if they are taking what's it called, cold drink. But I will tell you that in that particular place, with the methodology and the strategy that are put in place, the learners grasp and they perform very well. One of the problems that we have is even the teachers. The teachers themselves are not skilled to use this technology. Hence, they discourage our learners. So what the Department of Education was supposed to do is to also introduce technology into teaching and learning, where they make it compulsory for our teachers to make use of them. You can imagine some of the teachers they don't even know how to access email, not to talk of sending emails. So these are some of the challenges that we have. But our learners are doing best. They are doing well. Many of them, like Dr. Majola also said, you find a child of 2 years old, 3 years old, they can get to your cell phone, they can go to different apps and so on. I have a child at home who will tell me where to go in our smart TV, tell us what to do, how to get there, and so on. My question is that how does he have this knowledge? Where did he have this knowledge? How did he know how to access this? There are many of these learners that could do the same thing, but poverty is another factor where the government needs to support, and that is where I love when we talk when Tembele, when she talk about the budgeting to finance education. And as well, some of the parastatals or agencies that were supposed to assist the teachers, they were supposed to assist schools, they were supposed to assist community, are not doing enough researches to know what are they needing. Because all symptoms of diseases are not treated the same way, or let me say all diseases are not treated the same way. One must understand the problem of a certain community, the problem of a certain settings, the problem of a certain school, which are quite different from each other. But you cannot say what is applied to school A or context A or settings A is the same thing that will apply to B, C, D. So what I'm trying to say is that our learners can do well. They can do well if they are introduced to technology. The problem we have, I remember some years, about 2 years ago, we were invited by the Limpopo Department of Education that we should come and conduct, what's it called? Workshop for their technology subject advisor, provincial technology subject advisor, that because they are lacking the knowledge. So if it starts from there, now we are having subject advisors who are who said perhaps that their skills in technology. You ask yourself, what are they passing to their teachers? What are they teaching their teacher? How are they supporting their teacher? If professionally they are having problems because they need to come up to us. So if other departments can do likewise, it could have been better, So the problem is that our learners are not introduced to technology. That is one. Two, the technologies devices are not made available, especially to rural areas. And when you visit schools, one might find out what are the problems of that particular schools or that particular community. That is that. Then number two that you also talk of is in terms of connectivity. Yeah, in most of the researches that we done, because we did that in practice, there are researches that have been conducted. I remember about 3 years ago, there was a certain company who wanted to partner with PRAKIS. What were they doing? They were connecting, installing Wi-Fi at the rural area, you know, before the COVID. Yes, I remember before the COVID, and PRAKIS had to train the staffs and the learners on how to access them, including the community, the SGP, and so on and so forth. Because the problems, now, let me tell you, the companies were contracted to do this. Now, one of the problems that they are having is the SGP and the community, who are depriving the service provider to do this. They come up with something else and so on and so forth in terms of a bureaucracy, logistics, and wherever. So PRAKIS were to come in because we know how to talk to the community members, the SGP, how to workshop them and so on and so forth, so that we can bring them on board. Now, I have to tell you that that project could not continue. It could not continue. One, unfortunately, COVID-19 came in, so there was restrictions, you know, on to access schools and so on and so forth, because all the nations went to lockdown. Two, the major thing was that at the end of the day, the fundings, the money that were given to this particular company as a project for them was taken back, was recovered back to say, hey, COVID-19 had come, you know. But when we assessed the area that they have already done it for, you know, the learners were absolutely doing well. They have access to Wi-Fi. They were able to connect to their cell phone. They were able to do this. They're able to do that. I'm talking about rural area. Unfortunately now, anyway, we are now experiencing load shedding. So that is another factor that we have to look into. That is where renewable energy have to come in, you know. So we are so passionate about the rural areas, and I want to tell you convincingly that we have brilliant students, brilliant learners doing pretty well if they have access to technology, if they are introduced to them, if the government are ready to support, if the community are ready to support, if they are recognized. We have many of them. For now, the rural area, I can talk to you conveniently, especially in what's it called? In Limpopo, because there was a time even the former vice chancellor of UNISA, Professor Musuma, even wanted to do something like that for his community. You know, we are talking of rural area, so they need, if they are supplied with the devices, but what kind of devices we need to know. It must be those that enhance teaching and learning, not for any other thing. Then, if they are supported and they are introduced to the curriculum, our learners are going to do well. Perhaps they will do better off than what we have in the Western countries, like Dr. Michela have said. What we have in the Western countries, our learners in Africa are skilled. They are skilled. They are very brilliant. They are going to do more and beautifully more than them that we call in the Western area. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that contribution. I'm not sure if Dr. Majula still want to respond to that. Dr. Majula, do you want to respond? Okay. Okay. Let's.
Hello? Hello, moderator, we can't hear you. I don't know, we lost you.
Okay, sorry. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now clearly.
Oh, all right. I was trying to ask if Dr. Majula wants to respond to Prince, what he has said. I don't think he wants to, because it's also a contribution. So, and I'm also very sure that Ms. Makanana, she's satisfied because I've seen a response on the chat section. Thank you so much for the presentation. I want to thank all the presenters. They've given us so much that we need to go back and dwell on and see. It will take us to our next one. But before I will leave, I will give Mrs. Ketumese the opportunity for the closing remark. Ms. Ketumese, over to you. Thank you, ma'am.
Hello?
Over to you. You have the
Okay,
floor
thank
now.
you. Thank you so much, moderator. I lost you for a while there. I think for the announcement, I don't have much to say in terms of the announcement, except that tomorrow we are still going to gather here again, but hopefully tomorrow is going to be a shorter day. We still have some more powerful speakers that we are expecting, the likes of the Honorable former Chief Justice Fabenle. He'll be speaking to us tomorrow. Dr. Michela will be hearing from her now in full swing tomorrow. Dr. Celestine as well will be presenting for us. And then Engineer Azuna Chuku. Engineer was supposed to present today, as you might have seen in the agenda of the conference. Unfortunately, he had some other pressing issues, but however, he'll be available tomorrow. And I'm happy that the issue of ICT, because that is where he is specialized, is actually dealing with this in technological hubs and how to use technology. He's an expert at that. And fortunately, they are our partners in PRAKIS Educational Services. I'm glad that Mrs. Nkwashu is also here from SASTA. I think we need to talk, man. We need to take this agenda forward together with your organization. That is about that, and the link is still the same. And then we are still pleading for us to log in earlier as much as possible. We are starting at 9:45 South African time. That is the Central African time. Then it will be 8:45 for the West African time. So thank you very much for attending today. This session was so robust. You can see even the time that we are knocking off. So I think that is about that for the announcement. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you so much, Ma, for the closing remark. I'll call on our Pastor Prince to give us the closing prayer for today's session. Prince Obilano, please give us the closing prayer. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Let us pray. Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for what you have done. We thank you for this robust discussion that we have had today. We thank you for the life in the of all our delegates, our presenters. We thank you, Father, because you are positioning Africa and you want to globalize Africa. We glorify you, Father. Almighty Lord, as we are going to our respective homes, and for those who are at home, Father, we ask you to be with them, bless them, give them sound mind, give them good health, so that when we meet tomorrow, we meet in peace in the mighty name of Jesus. Let us have an intellectual understanding to move Africa forward in the mighty name of Jesus. We thank you, we glorify you, O Lord. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir. So thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
And tomorrow is the last day. Tomorrow, Yeah, tomorrow is the last day. Please let us log in as quickly as possible. We are going to have a good presentation from engineer Azuna Shuku. You know, he has been doing very great things in Africa, in most countries where learners can use the apps, you know, to do a lot of things. He's the one who is manufacturing the apps himself. Thank you. Yeah, okay, in fact,